All right, from our southern border to Greensboro, North Carolina, we are live on this beautiful Saturday right here, ready for a Trump rally. Let me step aside. Take a look at this line. It is insane. Now, earlier we came out here to do our preload this morning, and obviously people were starting to trickle in, but coming back now, we have seen it. Let's see, Denver, if we can start over there. The entrance is around the building to my left, your right, and it's kind of cattles alongside this building here several times, and then goes down the parking lot, and on the other side of this blue building is the same exact structure. People back and forth here in North Carolina, and it is a beautiful day, and I am joined, my co-host, special co-host for today, Scott DeFalco. He is a TV personality, he's an actor, and he is someone that has been engaged on this political scene. Have you seen anything like what we're seeing here this morning?
Nothing like this, Brian. The Trump train is here in Greensboro, North Carolina. We know where the final stop is, going to be in November at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But right now, the people are so excited. The line is, we can't even see the end of the line, and the energy is just off the charts.
It's funny because earlier I went to do a line video for social media, and I got to a point, I said, well, okay, well, does it go this way or does it go that way? I don't know. And I would have probably spent the last 20 minutes walking around this parking lot trying to get that line video. Hopefully James is out there doing that right now, but it is insane. The turnout here in North Carolina is huge. Obviously this is Trump country. This has been Trump country, and we've got some great people on slate to speak a little bit later. Before we get into all of this, I do want to talk about our friends over at Tax Network USA. There is nothing funny about your taxes. There's nothing funny about being under anxiety of having back taxes that you haven't paid, whether or not you hadn't paid your taxes in 1 year, 2 year, 10 years, whether or not that amount is 1,000, 10,000, or even more. Our friends at Tax Network USA can help you get out from under the IRS. Don't live with that anxiety. They've helped thousands of our viewers with their tax needs. Please, information to get engaged is on your screen. Thanks to our partners at Tax Network USA to help bring this broadcast to you today. We certainly appreciate them, and they will appreciate if you reach out to them and let them help you. There's nothing worse than having the anxiety of owing back taxes, and our friends at Tax Network USA can help you eliminate that. Scott, you've seen what the reaction has been with the crowd of the last couple minutes coming in here. Not only are they happy to see President Trump, they're happy to see us here as well.
Yeah, they really are. They love RSB Network. We've been getting cattle calls. I think we had a couple of marriage proposals.
I think the both of us could have got married right there on the spot.
We could have. But, you know, this is the greatest thing about this president, okay? Now, I came into politics just really right at 2015, Brian, because I couldn't stand politics. I never was involved with it. I never watched debate, anything, because I thought a lot of them were full of crap. And I was right. They are. But then I said, okay, I grew up with President Trump. I'm from New Jersey. He's from New York. So I said, all right, let me take a look at this first debate, and I'm going to see like what this guy can do. He's going up against these 17 other, seasoned politicians. Let me see what happens. And then with the 3 words, Brian, only Rosie O'Donnell, my life was changed completely, and I was on the Trump train because I could not believe.
Why was it that? Did it show that side of kind of a fun nature of the president?
Well, here's the funny thing. I'm watching this, and I'm going, wow, this is a tough question by Megyn Kelly right off the shoot, right off the bat. And how is he going to handle this? And when he did that, I got hysterical. My best friend from California was with me there, Chuck. He got hysterical, and I said, oh, my God, this guy's incredible how he handled that moment. And in life, it's all about handling the moment. And he did that, it really is. And he did that incredibly. So as I'm watching this debate, he's saying things that I'm thinking, right? And this is someone who was never involved with politics. Like I said, I hated it. So I'm going, wow, that's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. That's exactly what I think about this or that person. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to actually start paying attention. And he got me interested. I call him the Michael Jordan of politics, because when you talk about Michael Jordan or, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson in the 80s, they took the average basketball fan and got them involved in the game because they were so polarizing and everyone knew who they were. So he comes on the scene. He is polarizing. He is one of those figures that people can't help but pay attention to. And you and I talked about this at breakfast this morning. He is the most, even now, even though he's not in office, the most powerful man in the world. And there is a reason for that. He knows what he's doing. He cares about the people. Our forefathers, that was their intention, to have this a nation of the people, for the people. And that's what he has brought to our country. And that's what the other politicians over the years have ignored. And that's why he made such a connection with people and how they really feel and how they really think. And then I was hooked. And, obviously that led to our relationship 4 years ago when we met outside of a show. I was a guest on Brian's show. We ended up speaking for an hour and a half after the segment about Trump. And the Let's Go Brandon chants are starting, Brian. But we spoke about Trump for about an hour and a half. I think you were even a half hour late to one of your meetings. And how much we love him and how angry we were at how he was being vilified and attacked unfairly. And we formed that connection. And then a short time later, I got a phone call from you. You were on the road and you said, Scott, you know what? I'm no longer at the network. I got a couple of things in the fire, but it's going to be okay. I'm going to do fine. And we actually prayed about it. We said, our foundation is our faith. That's another thing we connected on. And we said, you know what? God's got this. He's got this. And then a short time later, you were here at the RSB Network, and here we are 4 years later in Greensboro, North Carolina. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. And we talked about how difficult this campaign season is. And after the 2020 election, he did like 38, 39 rallies post that election. Yep. And then you tack on the ones that he's doing right now. So it has been a long road since Election Day 2020, but we are steadfast to stay on it until Election Day here in November. And it's a personal commitment I have with myself and this country and this network. So, hey, let's go talk to some people. That's kind of what we're known to do. We got some folks over here waiting in line. Where are you guys from?
Advance, North Carolina.
Okay, wonderful. What is it about President Trump right now that you need so much to get back in office?
Need to tell that he's telling the truth.
Yeah, we need to root the corruption out of the government.
Definitely.
The people that are stuck there, the lifetime career people.
We've often said it wasn't until President Trump came on the scene that he kind of kicked over the apple cart of politics and exposed some such fraud and deception that's been going on for so many years. So thank God he's done that. First time to see the president?
First time.
Second.
I always like first timers because they don't know what they're getting themselves into. Yeah.
It's going to be his first voting.
Oh, no, okay, no, that's interesting. Let's just keep walking, talk for a second. So this will be your first election to vote in?
Yes.
Okay, so what is it about President Trump that has led you, God willing, to vote for him on Election Day?
He cares for us, and he's not like the others.
Yeah, he's not like the others. Talked about the corruption. Scott was just talking about the transparency that he is with the American people. I mean, he's very transparent with how he feels and what he's done. America first.
Yep.
Yeah. I can't believe there's some out there that think America first is some type of racist or xenophobe.
You can run against that message. That it doesn't make sense.
I'm with you. A Democrat strategist, I guess, apparently believes that you run against an America First message, which I have no idea. Let them keep doing it because they're going to lose.
Yep, I agree. 100%.
Well, thank you guys. You're almost in. These people back there may have a couple hours to get in here, but you guys are almost there. Thank you so much. Just walk back this way as we're live in Greensboro, North Carolina. How we doing? We doing good? Having fun today? Yes. First time to see the president?
Yes.
A lot of first timers there. All right. Well, so what is it about President Trump that's just going to make you go on Election Day and vote for him?
We need change.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing.
Change. How about you guys, like in your personal life? How is the Trump policies? How were they so much better than under President Biden?
I mean, definitely economy is the first thing that you see, but definitely what I want to thank Donald Trump for is the movement that he's created, especially in the college kids community. I mean, you didn't see this in the past years. Now you're seeing it. A lot of young people are actually going after him and supporting these policies that we were slept into. Like, we would trust the government with our stuff because we thought they were the older people, but it's now we're seeing that these policies really don't work, and Trump really woke everybody up to that.
Remember the Biden administration telling you in the 2020 election that they wanted the grown-ups to come back in charge of everything. The grown-ups were going to be in charge. We'd see how that worked out for you. Well, good luck. So you guys live around here, I'm taking it, right?
Yeah, I live in Charlotte, North Carolina, but I'm really originally from Texas.
There you go. So am I. How about you guys?
Reedsville, North Carolina. Rockingham County.
All right, we're here in North Carolina representing today. You got your great Lieutenant Governor's going to be here, Mark Robinson. He's whoa, that's right. He's a firebrand on itself. So we'll continue to walk down here. How are we doing? I want you to get an idea, though, Denver. Let's see if we can kind of push out that way to see how big this crowd is. But, Scott, you live here in North Carolina. Does this surprise you at all hearing why they love this president so much? Is the economy, how it's affected people that live here in North Carolina?
No, not at all. That's what I've heard. In fact, that that young man was from Charlotte. I'm from Charlotte as well, and he talks about the MAGA movement. And you and I have spoken about this too. It is the greatest political movement in the history of our country, Brian. It really is. And Donald Trump, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people feel this way, is the most powerful political figure we've ever had in this country. We've never seen anything like this. And when all is said and done, it's going to be the most powerful that the world has ever seen. And it cracks me up because the Democrats say, they're trying to get him out of office. They've been trying to get rid of him all these years. And all they've done is create 4 more years of him, because now it's been 12 years because of what happened in the election in 2020. So it's funny. They've been trying to get rid of him, and yet he's going to end up spending more time here than he would have if the election results were fair and counted fairly. So we have more people here. Hello. Hello. Where's everybody from?
Here. Greensboro.
Here in Greensboro. So tell me, how has your life been under President Biden the last 3 years? What are your biggest complaints, or maybe it's been okay? I don't know. How has it been?
Well, I'm a small business owner and dealing with customers on the regular. You see, people are hard to spend money. People are tied up money.
Right. So your business isn't as good now as it was under President Trump?
It's still good. You just see the differences really when the economy's doing better.
Right. So the economy, when it's doing better and when it was under President Trump, you saw a difference in your personal business.
Right. Correct. Yeah.
Right. Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. Okay. Wow. Oh, these look like fun people. Fun people. Fun people. Hello. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Riley Geyser,
Riley Geyser. And where are you from, Riley?
Greensboro, North Carolina.
So you're a hometown girl. Okay. So tell me, if President Trump was watching you right now and listening to you, what would you want to say to him?
Make America great again.
And I believe he's going to do that, and he is doing that. All right. God, we got people of all ages here that love President Trump. And Brian brought up a good point, about getting, the older people or the people with common sense back into the White House. That has not happened. All we have is corruption right now, and really a country that is in disarray. Hello, hello. Hello. We having fun so far?
RSBN?
RSB Network. Welcome. What's your name?
Mark, Salona.
And Mark, where are you from?
I am from Greensboro, North Carolina.
Okay, another hometowner.
Originally Petaluma, California. Never go there. San Francisco, avoid at all costs. Trump for president.
I'm from California. I just moved as well to North Carolina, so I am with you. I have been so happy to be in, quote unquote, a red state. It has been so nice for many reasons, including the state taxes, wouldn't you say?
Oh my God, jeez. State taxes, not only the state taxes, but capital gains taxes. Holy crap, I was going to be homeless had I remained in California.
And what do you love most about President Trump?
Oh, geez. Immigration. We're going to be taken over pretty soon. I'm terrified for my family.
Mark, thanks a lot. We'll see you under President Trump. Is going to love to have people like you here today. And Brian, immigration really has been the number one thing that people have had an issue with, and the number one campaign promise that President Trump made even 8 years ago that people connect the most with here in 2024.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Scott. We were at the southern border just a few days ago, and President Trump spoke there in Eagle Pass, and I have been all over the country, whether it's Michigan, New Hampshire, down deep south, out west. People say the border is the number one issue for Americans this year on the ballot, securing our border. We've seen what that open border has done to inner cities across this country. Crime, Biden migrant crime is what President Trump has labeled that, and that's exactly what is happening right now. Just in the last week or so, we've had 4 or 5 really violent crimes against Americans that have taken their lives, and we can no longer tolerate this insanity that's happening right now. All right, let's turn. What we're going to do, let's walk up here, and we'll walk back down, and I'm going to show the line. So, Denver, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to let you to go ahead and lead the way here. Folks, we're live here in Greensboro, North Carolina, to unpack what's going to happen here. The doors are open now. The line is slowly moving. Now, granted, it's going to take a while to get these people in. Program starts inside at around 12:15. We got some speakers, about 6 speakers slated to come on, and we'll do that. And then, of course, President Trump is scheduled to speak at 2 o'clock here, local time in North Carolina. How are we feeling today? That's it. We're going great. Glad you guys are out here today, having some fun. North Carolina, beautiful state, beautiful people. We just got to get President Trump back in office. Is that right? I don't know. I know there's no debate about that at all. This gives you an idea, Denver. Look down there. Okay, you saw the line here in front of the building, which kind of got the cattle things that go back and forth. But before you get to that, it goes all the way out the parking lot. On the other side of this building, it goes once again down and around. I'll go ahead and walk. I'll follow you as we are live here, and we'll talk to some people as we get going. Hang on. We'll come right back. So we're live here. Glad you're joining us. I do want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. The inflation has hit Americans hard. Your savings, your investments are at risk. Our friends over at the Birch Gold Group have a solution to help you convert an existing IRA into a gold-backed IRA. So simply text the words Trump to 989898 for your free information kit on how you can transition from a traditional backed IRA into a gold-backed IRA. You've worked too hard your entire life. The Bidenomics is not working out. Yes, the stock market has hit some highs, but I think fundamentally the base for that does not justify what's happening right now. And I think these global markets are getting ready to come undone. Secure your investments. Gold traditionally has been a great place to put some of your money. No one's suggesting you do all of that. Our friends and experts over at the Birch Gold Group can help you do just that. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. All right, Scott, we're here on the ground now. We got a better idea of what it looks like. We're going to walk down here a little bit as we provide this. Senator Ted Budd, how you doing? We're live on the air. Just want to shake your hand. Thanks for what you do. How's everything? You looking forward to today?
I absolutely am. I'm so glad to have President Trump back in North Carolina. You know, he's got some family that's from here, his daughter-in-law, Laura. But I tell you what, we're glad to have him here.
Hey, we're glad to have you here,
good
Senator.
To see you.
Good to see you, too. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. Oh, we'll go. Never know when you might run into a couple. How you doing, man? Doing all right? Good to see you. Good to see you. We're going to show the line here. We're walking and talking today out in the parking lot. All right. Give you a good idea. Look at that. All the way down. Simply amazing. All right, so we'll talk to some people here about one of the reasons why. Let's talk about some of the reasons why we need to get President Trump back in the White House.
Because inflation, immigration, it's just out of control right now.
Yeah.
We just don't feel safe in our communities anymore.
I was just going to say the border crisis has really opened up every city to migrant crime that's happening. And so what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, like immigration. So like there's a saying is like every state is now a border state, and that's insane. I mean, like a couple years ago, Trump, he had it secured, to say the least. And now Joe Biden over here just doing him, wrecking everything. So
people don't feel safe, and at the end of the day, let's be honest. You know, if your kids aren't safe and you don't feel safe going to school, going to the grocery store, going out at night, then we don't have a country.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We don't have a country without borders.
Yeah. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Christy. I'm from Burlington, North Carolina.
Okay. First Trump rally?
Second.
Yeah. This is your first?
Yes, this is my first. I got three things to say. God bless America, God bless our troops, and Trump 2024!
That's a mic drop right there. That's going to make the internet here in a second. No, I think it's great that you guys are out here. We were talking about the border, securing the border, making sure that the migrant crime, it's just really not just migrant crime.
It's over 22 million.
Yeah.
It's over 22 million that are here illegally. We have terrorists on our soil. I mean, Venezuela had the best crime rate in decades, and I wonder why. Because they released all their prisoners into this country to come here and destroy us, kill us, rape us, murder us, rob us. And Biden doesn't give a shit. Biden doesn't even know that today is Saturday. He has no idea. He has no clue what's going on. Yeah. It's disgusting, and it's elder abuse.
Yeah. And Lakeland Riley, the young 22-year-old Georgia student that was raped and murdered by illegal. It's interesting that a lot of the media in the very beginning covered for that. They did not report that it was an illegal immigrant. They kind of withheld their identity. And that is wrong. That is not being truthful in the media as far as telling exactly what's happening to our country.
Absolutely. No, they're all liars. They're all liars. They just lie. It's all propaganda. It's all BS. Every single bit of it. They just cover for, I mean, look, the Hur report came out and they said Biden's senile. I mean, and they're just like ignoring it. They're just like, yeah, it's okay. But, you know, he can't stand trial, but he can run the country. It's absolutely disgusting what's going on in this country. Our borders are a mess. All these fentanyl overdoses. It's so sad. It's just terrible. It's terrible what's going on. And that's not even counting what's hitting our houses every day with inflation and, you know, all that. I mean, I had a $450 light bill last month. Yeah. It's insanity. It's unacceptable.
This is what Americans are talking about. Okay, they're not talking about, you know, how could we some of these social issues. We're talking about real stuff. Keeping our families safe, making it where they can afford to live, food
on our table. Absolutely. You know, being able to go out and buy summer clothes and buy fall clothes and buy winter clothes. All that stuff is 75% higher than it was 3 years ago. And they say, oh, it's 3%. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're not going to tell me, you know, what I was paying 4 or 5 years ago, and it's 3% higher now. No, you're not going to tell me that I don't see what I see. You're not going to convince me of that. They might convince those leftists of that, you know, rhetoric, but I believe what I see with my own two eyes.
She might be one of my favorite interviews I've done in a long, long time. You too. That's a mic drop with you. I'll give you a high five. I appreciate. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty and your absolute. Is she right on everything she just said?
Exactly right.
Absolutely.
I don't know how we can add to that.
Yes and amen.
Yeah, a blessed amen.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's put Fannie and Nikki in jail.
Okay. There we go. Maybe you can make that happen. But that's what people are. Scott, I'll bring you in here for a second. This is what people are talking about. People are frustrated that they can't simply feed their families.
Yes, it's two words that President Trump always used: common sense. Common sense policies, common sense issues that people have, and solving them. And that's what he did when he was in office, Brian. People didn't have these issues when he was in office. And you heard that woman say it. I mean, she summed everything up right then and there. The problem in America today and the issues people are having. And thank God that he decided to run again, because he didn't have to do this. Okay, he's got probably the best life anyone could ever possibly want. He did not have to do this to himself or his family. He is doing it for us. Everyone knows that. That's why he has the support that he does. That's why he's going to win. And that's why we're going to get America back to where it was. We are going to make it great again, Brian. And it's going to be this way for a long time, because this MAGA movement is the foundation for the rest, honestly, for the rest of history. This is a movement, like I said earlier, that we've never seen before. Never seen before politically in this country, Brian. It is a big deal. And all those that follow after this are going to have to sort of get the approval of MAGA Nation if they want to get into office. And that's just the way it is, because we will not stand for this any longer. We're not going to stand for the politicians that talk and don't do the walk. Yeah. Not anymore,
It's
Brian.
interesting you talk about that. We'll discuss this a little bit more. Like, where does the bench look like 8 years from now? I've got some thoughts on that, and we'll continue that conversation when we get inside. But we're going to keep walking, because that's what we do. How are we doing? Are we having fun? Deplorable. Damn right. Hey, what did you think the day she called all of us deplorables? What was going through her mind?
I took it and ran with it.
You're like, you're damn right I am.
Wow, deplorable. Hoorah. Semper Fi Marine Corps.
There you go. Well, thank you for your service, sir. And Ultra MAGA, too. I'm Ultra MAGA. I'm a white right-wing extremist. Maybe they might even call me racist. I don't know. I love this country. I don't know what that makes me a racist.
The most racist people I know are white liberals.
Oh, educated. I always say this: educated, affluent, and bored. That's the key to leftism. Too much money, too much education, and quite honestly, they're bored. They think they want to change the world, and they don't have to live in it.
Well, they got to draw a line now, because there's right and there's wrong, there's good and there's evil. And at this point, where we're at with this corruption and these bullcrap wars, dragging our young people off, taking our national plunder and giving it to other countries, it's over. It's done. And if you're a politician that stands for that, we are done with you.
I agree with you. I know yesterday in the airport coming here, I went from San Antonio to Greensboro, and there was several service members on my flight. And I can't help but just kind of take a deep breath and I don't know what their future looks like under this Biden administration, because he is so ready to just ship our sons and daughters off of these wars that we have no business being in. And I sat there and I had a moment. I got kind of emotional, because they want to serve this country, and there's so much honor in that. But you and I both know our commander-in-chief right now has no idea what's going on and how close he is to setting off World War III.
when you serve your country, you don't sign up to be somebody's private mercenary. You sign up to stand for the Constitution and for the citizens of the United States. What he's doing now with our armed forces is basically making him his privateer, his mercenary army, and it's over and it's done. And people are going to have to decide. There's a line right now in the sand, right and wrong. You either stand with the side of right or the side of evil. It's over. You know, if not, it's the end times.
It's been a great interview. Thank you for your service, bro. I appreciate it. It's good stuff. You guys having fun?
We're having a great time, yeah.
Good time?
Yeah, good time.
Yeah. All right. Man, let me tell you something, Scott. Let's get in here real quick. Let's take a look at this line real quickly. Thank you so much. I want to come talk to you for a second. Take a look at that line and look how it just goes all the way down. So President Trump often watches this on Trump Force One. If he's on the way here, Mr. President, this is what awaits you. You will sell out this place. It's a massive seating inside, so there's a lot of seats inside. But there's a lot of Trump supporters in North Carolina, and they're all here today in Greensboro. Thank you for coming out here. Thank you for watching Right Side. We appreciate that. But what is it about President Trump that you need back in our society right now?
He's a man with morals. He stands for what he means, and he means what he says, and that's exactly what's gotten America into the situation that we're in. People make promises and they don't keep them. That's no good for anybody.
And your
future depends on somebody that will actually stand up for them and teach them what's right and wrong.
In your family circle of church friends, neighbors, coworkers, does everyone feel like you?
Yes, absolutely. True-hearted Americans.
So when you see these poll numbers that say Nikki Haley got 20-something% of the vote, 40% of the vote, and I don't even think that's not the real number. There's no way there's Democrats voting in that system.
Correct. Yeah. They're fudging those too.
They're fudging those too. Well, we often talk about the election, about how we must secure this election, or I don't care how many people show up to vote. If we don't secure it, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. I have to agree with you 100%. You've got to know that what you're saying and what you're doing is getting somewhere. If not, we're in the same hole we've been in.
Yeah, we can't afford it. We can't afford another 4 years.
Absolutely.
There's no way. I say this is it.
Our future and our kids' future absolutely depend on this election and where we're needing to go. Because Lord knows where we've been is not where we need to be.
It's not. Well, thanks for your thoughts on that. I appreciate it.
Dereliction of duty of not protecting America, allowing the invasion of our southern border.
Okay, I'm so glad you brought that up because we did impeach Mayorkas a couple weeks ago. But here's what you got to understand. Mayorkas got his marching orders from who? Joe Biden. So derelict of duty, China Joe. So he should be the next person. Now, I have recommended to several people in Congress that we do just this. It's called a whip check. A whip check is when you go to the floor and you put a vote on whether or not to look into impeachment articles on Joe Biden. They did that with Mayorkas. It worked. If you want to know where our people in Congress stand on whether or not they should impeach Joe Biden, do a whip check on this and find out where people stand, and there you'll see who the true MAGA, amen to that, MAGA supporters are. Let's get out of the way. We're holding up the line here. We're impeding the line. Let's go ahead and turn around and walk a little bit and go on down here. I'll turn this over to Scott, let you talk to a few people. It's North Carolina. They're echoing everything that we've heard across this country.
Yeah, they have. And ever since I've been here, Brian, that's all I've heard. Trump supporters everywhere I go. It's been so nice. Again, coming from California, living in California for 25 years, this has been such a breath of fresh air. Yeah, thumbs up for President Trump. And I can't even see the end of the line. And I love what that woman said, China Joe. That's the first time I heard that. Okay, I've heard China virus, that President Trump so eloquently coined that phrase, but I haven't heard about China Joe, and we have a Make America Great Again sweatshirt, a supporter here. And what is your name?
Mary Stanley.
It is nice to meet you. And where are you from?
Colonelsville.
Okay. So tell me, what is it you love about President Trump the most? Give me 3 things you love about him.
One thing, gets the job done. The other thing is he takes no junk. And the other thing is he knows what he's doing.
Yes, he does, and we could go on and on about all of his attributes and what he has brought to this country. But on the flip side of that, what has life been like for you the last few years? With is that his name? Okay, I try to forget it, but apparently I can't.
Really, I hate to say it, it sucks. I mean, that's the truth. That's how I feel.
We're never going to get anywhere if you keep holding back.
I have to say that because everything's going. It's like. He's not done anything, really.
And do you think that all of the evidence that they have found with him and Hunter all of the financial transactions, all the money that's come from foreign countries, do you believe all of that and he is a compromised, corrupt president?
He's corrupt.
Okay, there you have it. He's as corrupt as the day is long. What's your name?
We're cousins.
Oh, Paula, okay, your cousin. So, Paula, you feel the same way as your cousin, or you do about Joe Biden?
I do. I took care of my daddy for 5 years that had dementia, and I don't know who's running the show, but it's not Joe.
So, unfortunately, your father dealt with that. Are you seeing signs of that with Joe Biden's similar characteristics?
Absolutely. The man don't know what county he's in, let alone what country he's in.
Right.
Whoever's telling him, I don't know who's telling him what to say and what to do, but it's not on his own.
Yeah. No, it's definitely not on his own. People have felt for a long time that he's actually not running this country. People have made, their own theories about maybe it's Barack Obama.
It could be Bill Clinton, could be Hillary. I don't know. It's somebody in the background telling him what to do.
Well, whatever it is, it's not working for our country. Thank you so much.
Our country don't get Donald Trump back in there. We're not going to have a country.
Okay, well, we're going to get him back in there, that's for sure. And all of these people feel the same way. And the line just keeps going, and I'm going to keep going with it and getting more and more energetic. You can feel the energy as we get closer to President Trump speaking at 2 p.m. today. People are excited. I can't tell you how many came up to us while we were here, just even setting up, talking about how much they love President Trump, Right Side Broadcasting, everything that they've done. And I personally want to thank Brian and Right Side Broadcasting and the whole team for bringing me here today because it's special for me. It's a very, very special day for me. As I told you earlier, I fell in love with President Trump when he said, only Rosie O'Donnell. That was the start for me. And it has not stopped since. I've lost friends over it. I lost friends over the elections, and I don't care because America, this is where I live. This is the country I love. This country all these people love. And that man, President Trump, puts us first. And people here will never forget that. And people here obviously don't forget that. President Trump, you love him?
Oh, I love him to death.
Tell me 3 things you love about him.
No. Get that microphone out of my face, buddy. I don't like the microphone shoved in my face.
Okay. All good. All good. Hey, we're glad you're here. We're glad you're here. There you go. Yeah, there he goes. All right, so let's walk on down here. So we're going to go to unpack some of the timetable here. We're going to go in at about 12 o'clock, and we're going to go in and can tick off our coverage inside. And then, of course, at 12:15, speakers start at 1 p.m. We should continue our coverage inside. And, of course, President Trump speaks at 2 p.m. Let's go. I want you to walk down here on the corner here. Let's go ahead. Walk. And let's see. Look at that. Now, I don't even know where to tell you on the line. The way it looks right now, the way it snakes back and forth, it's incredible. Let's go and walk down here. Let's go talk to some people down here. How are we doing today? Yeah. All right. Who's my biggest Trump supporter around here? Oh, you guys look good. What's your name? Where are you from?
Cindy from Durham.
Cindy from Durham. Good. All right. So we're excited to see President Trump today.
Absolutely. Very.
Yes, sir, we are.
What has it been under the Biden administration that has been the worst for you? Everything.
The corruption of Biden.
The corruption and the open borders. We're no longer the United States of America. We're this open borders.
Yeah.
It's wild and free. Well, it's not free.
We have threats of terrorism now in our country, and that's just not the way it should be. We've lost our sovereignty.
And it seems like years ago, under the Trump administration, we didn't have what he calls migrant crime. We didn't have that in our cities. Now, 3.5 years later, we have murders, rapes.
Because nearly 10 million people have been let into this country, and then they fly them around. They send them, on buses. We give them hotels. We give them everything, and we don't know if they're a legitimate people in need or they're criminals.
Of course, the economy, it's costing us everything: gas, food, Inflation.
I mean, people are spending what, $400 more a month, at least, for the average for their regular services, and I mean, things are just unaffordable for most people, and the people that are just the basic blue collar workers of America just cannot afford to make a living.
Average people. This is what they're talking about. This is average America.
We have people here from all walks of life. I look around. We see. I've seen toddlers. I've seen grade schoolers. I've seen Duke students, Chapel Hill students, the elderly. We have everyone here, and
He appeals to many people
yeah.
throughout.
We want to return our nation to what our forefathers really meant this nation to be.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing when you see a rally during the week and there's so many kids. I always ask them, are we skipping school today? Are we not going to school? I think it's great. What a great education for people to come out and do this. But thank you so much for taking the time with us. God bless. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for coming out here. How are we doing? Raised the bar, failed the bar. Let's take a look at this shirt. Take a look at this. This might be one of the most creative shirts that we've seen so far today. And guess what? It's all true. It's all true. What's your name? Where you from?
Candace Garcia, and originally from up north, but been living in North Carolina a while.
Wonderful. What inspired you? Obviously, all the stories that are in the news.
It's a bunch of lies. When you do your own digging, you see it's a bunch of lies. It's a reason why they demonize Trump.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on the surgence of African Americans and Latinos and people of all races coming together and really crawling out from under the lies that they've been told by the media about President Trump?
We got to do our own research. That's the biggest thing. We got to stop following mainstream media and do our own research and see that the Democrats is not for us. They've never been for us. They just want our votes.
I love your shirt, by the way. It's all true. God bless you. I love your shoes, too. Take a look at those shoes down there in Denver. That's how you come to a Trump rally. You're not only comfortable, you're fashionable, but you're pretty darn cool as well. Thank you so much. First rally for you?
It is, actually.
Oh, nice. First time. Always like first-timers. First time. All right, when he walks out of the stadium, they go, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get goosebumps. I promise you that. All right, miss me yet? Love your shirt, too.
Thank you.
I'll give you a consolation prize. Not as good as that one, but it's pretty close.
Well, I'm looking for a good shirt. I've got one that's the good, the bad, the ugly, and the stupid. So you can put the pictures in there who they belong to.
There you go. Best thing about President Trump is what?
His policy on the middle class, and his immigration and policy. What was bad about him? Is the security border. He gave us the independence on the oil and everything. I can't think of nothing bad. Yeah, only thing bad is maybe he might have run his mouth a little bit too much,
I don't know. I like when he runs his mouth a little, but I understand what you're saying. I run my mouth. What are you talking about? I run my mouth all the time. God bless. All right, as we make our way down here. I love to see the line move because that means, Scott, people are actually making their way in here as how we doing? Hey, we doing? Nothing? Hey, there's on a Saturday. I got your hat. It's nice to be out here on a Saturday morning, isn't it?
Yes.
I know. She's probably listening to Dora the Explorer or something like that and not paying attention to me. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I like to see the line move, Scott. You just keep the camera on the line so we can show these great people coming. But everyone's fired up.
Yeah. Well, how can you not be? I mean, this is what we see, everywhere you go, wherever President Trump goes, people are excited.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Yeah, we're the good guys.
Yeah.
So are there bad guys out here right now?
I mean, you're not the fake news. I just downloaded your app. It's
thank you
awesome.
For that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Awesome.
Thanks for plugging the app for us because that was download the app today. You'll get to stream the rallies and stuff.
Great app.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. God bless. Have a good time. Come on, people. Let's go. I'm the line person right now. Let's go. All right. This seems like to be the corner of the Patriot corner right here. We got everybody coming in. Everybody's going that way. How you doing? Good. Anyway, like you said, this is what people are coming out for. They want hope, and President Trump definitely gives them hope.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. I remember him even during COVID. He would say the thing people need is they need hope. And that's what he gave people, not just during that time, but during his whole presidency, Brian. And people have hope again when he decided to run again. And, we're on the precipice of getting him back into office, and you can feel the excitement all the way across the country. Wherever you go, people are excited about President Trump, and that momentum is not going to slow.
The gentleman right here. Let's see if we can come down here real quick, Denver. I stand with Israel. What's your name? Where are you from?
JP, I'm from South America.
South America. Wow. Well, welcome to the U.S. Right? How about you? How about you?
We're
together, South America. Yeah. Oh, father and son. So what is it about? Okay, obviously, you're immigrants.
Yeah.
You migrated to this country legally.
Legally.
Yes. What is your thoughts on all the illegal immigration that's taking place right now, and why do you support President Trump?
Because illegal immigration is not right. And I think we have been struggling like any other American citizen, paying taxes, doing everything the right way. So that's not fair that other people come to this country and do things in that way. That is wrong. So illegal immigration is not right.
What is it about President Trump that you guys like the most?
I like his leadership skills.
Leadership skills, yeah.
I like his strength. I think he's a bold guy who says things like they are, and that's what we need in a country like this.
God bless you guys. Welcome. God bless you guys. Thanks for coming here the right way. That's what America's all about right there. So powerful. Coming to this country the right way, going through the process, loving Trump for being bold and showing leadership. Those are two strong characteristics that I think any great leader, you have to make decisions that you know others may not like. Right. And you may get criticized for it.
Right, and he's done that really since he came down the elevator.
That's true.
In Trump Tower. It's really true. He's done things people said, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. Guess what? They were all wrong, Brian, and that's why we're where we are today, and that's why he had the most successful presidency in the history of our country, and that's going to continue. And like I said, when all is said and done, he will have been the best president this country has ever seen, and like I said, he is a force politically like we've never seen in this country before, and when he's long gone, the world will have never seen anything like it. Well,
in the MAGA movement, Trump is the genesis of it. Right. But when you think about the mindset of putting America first, and we can talk a little bit more about this aside, but that is something that's going to go on for decades, if not century. As far as the mindset of putting our country first. So he has changed the political landscape. I always said he kicked over the apple cart in D.C. of politics and exposed the corruption, and to shift this mindset of instead of putting the world first, we put us first.
Yeah, and all these other leaders, they treat their country like a business. Yeah. They really do. And we finally have someone who is doing that, and it has to be this way. It cannot change. Now that people have seen the way it should be, I don't think it's ever going to go back, Brian, and it shouldn't.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about our friends over at the wellness company. There's the uncertainties are certainly there. We don't know what the future holds in 2024 and beyond. But we saw what happened with COVID. We saw what happened with trying to scramble and to fight certain illnesses. Where our friends over at the wellness company has a kit just for that. Now, we sell a lot of stuff on this network, and I love when you get your hands on the bobblehead. Love those. I love the Trump book. But there's nothing as important as keeping you and your family safe and healthy, and that's our friends at the Wellness Company have that special kit for you. The information for that is on your screen. Get them now. I like to say put one in the car. If you travel a lot, if you're a traveling salesman or you have a big territory that you cover, it's good to keep this in your car so that no matter where you go, and if you're on a long road trip and you seem to come down with something, you have it right there. This is stuff that treats everything from the common colds. You got ivermectin, you got it all in there. Go check it out. The Wellness Company information for that is on your screen. Buy one for your home, buy from for your coworkers, your parents. Let them have that as well, because we know sometimes getting to the doctor when things happen can be very challenging. And so if you have this kit, you can certainly be prepared for whatever's going to happen. So go check it out. The Wellness Company, great partner for today. All right, how we doing? Good. I don't want to get in your way as we make our way. We doing all right? We're fired up to see President Trump today? Oh yeah, let's go. How you doing? How you doing, everybody? Good to see you guys. Yeah, say hello to everyone. That's what we're here for. The People's Network, right? That's what we're all about, showing all the supporters. But if you plan on coming out here, I will say this. You're going to wait in line for a little bit. And hey, how you doing? You're going to wait in line for a little bit. Okay, so I'm trying to give an update. So if people are watching this right now and they want to come out here, I want to give them expectations of how long they're going to wait and where they're going to park.
Well, we've been here since, what did you say, 11? 10:30, you think? Yeah, and there was probably already thousands of people before we got here. So at this point, there's probably, I've heard estimates of 10,000 people here already.
That's a great estimate, actually. Really? Yeah, I think so. I mean, because when you take a look at the crowds that are just here, and there, and then on the other side of this building, I think that's a good estimate. What brings you out here today? First time to see President Trump?
It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I brought my whole family, parents, my wife, everyone.
Great, get the wife, get your parents here, having some fun. Yeah, so really, if President Trump, and he typically does watch us on the plane on the way up here, what would you want him to do on the first day in office? What would you want him to do?
I want to say one thing, small business owners for Trump. We cannot get him in there quick enough. The economy was on fire 4 years ago. We remember it. We want it back. We want our economy back. We want our business back. We really do. And that's really the top priority for me, is keeping the economy red hot. Oh, yeah, and the border, of course. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't want someone else to take my opportunities as a small business owner who's an illegal alien. That really bothers me. Yeah, I saw
the newcomer, right? I saw a report this morning. This is going to shock everyone. And the state of California, they are about to pass a bill that will give homeowners, home buyers in California, a 20% down payment loan, which you would think, okay, if you want to, it's hard to buy a house in California to begin with, right? You got to repay it once you sell the house. But guess what? They're opening it up to migrants as well, illegals. So anyone who comes in and applies for this loan gets a 20% down. And of course, when you sell the house, you have to pay it. So you're telling me this is the way they want them to chase the American dream. When they came in, they broke federal law coming into our country to begin with, but now we're going to give them 20% down payment for a home.
Well, it's hard enough to buy a home in North Carolina. I don't know what it's like to buy one in California, but I can guarantee it's a lot harder. But, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine selling the home that we own, and someone coming and telling me, hey, we have a 20% government grant that's going to allow us to get in the game better than the person that's going to come, that earned it before us. So, yeah.
It's kind of like when we have governors, and I'm not going to name the governors right now, that go off and court these foreign countries to replant their businesses here in the U.S., which are all for business coming here. But guess what? These governors are giving these foreign companies huge tax breaks to come here. I can talk to companies in the same district that have been there 60 years. You know how many tax breaks they got back in the day? 0. It's unfair that we are bringing foreign businesses on our soil. Great, they're going to employ people, but they're going to compete for a very scarce job market already. Absolutely. So they're going to rob Paul to pay Peter, plus they're getting the tax breaks on top of that. President Trump definitely puts America first in every aspect, especially small business.
Hey, I thank him and I thank you. I thank Right Side Broadcast Network for everything they do. I watch you guys a lot at these.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hey, that's why we're here.
Patriots.win.
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 I don't know if that is. I hope it's a clean site, right?
It used to be the Donald it used to be the Donald many years ago. The Donald.win. That's Patriots.win. It's a forum committed to Donald Trump and his victory in 2024.
I like it. Yes, ma'am.
I watch you on Facebook all the time. I wanted to come give you a hug.
You want to give me a little hug? You watch me on Facebook all the time?
Yes, I do.
I get down, but my knees are bad. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Bridget Outlaw. I'm from Greensboro.
Greensboro. What brings you here today?
Trump.
Trump? First time you seen him?
Oh, no.
No. Yeah. Long-time supporter of him.
Yes.
What would you want him to do on day one? He might be watching us right now because he's on the plane. What would you want him to do on day one?
Close the border.
Close the border. He's trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Needs to stop right
We
now.
were just there a couple days ago, and he has a plan for that. But we got to get him in office first.
Oh, yes.
Tell me, last question. In your circle of friends, family, church, neighborhoods, does everyone feel like you do?
Oh, yes. Yeah. We're all Trumpers.
All Trumpers. Yeah, I love it. No Nikki Haley's or anything. No. That's the first time I've said Nikki Haley all day. I ought to kick myself in the butt for even saying her name.
No. In fact, we're Mark Robinson here from North Carolina.
I love Mark Robinson. Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm going to give you a hug. I got to toss to a commercial break here in a few minutes. I appreciate you. God bless you coming out here. Don't lose your place in line now.
Oh, no, they got my place.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I like that. Thank you. Thank you very much for shout out. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, timeout. We come back. Scott DeFalco, myself will be inside, hopefully, a little bit later. We'll bring you some more coverage from out here as well. Plus, we have speakers, and President Trump speaks at 2 p.m. here in Greensboro. But look at this line. As we go to break, President Trump, if you're watching this right now, these people cannot wait for you to get here. Come to North Carolina, save this country, and get us going on the backtrack. Give us a few minutes. We'll come right back. We're live here in Greensboro, North Carolina, Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The MyPillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, MyPillow 2.0. When I invented MyPillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. MyPillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature-regulating thread. MyPillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of MyPillow.
Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Hey friends, pro-life leader Frank Pavone here, director of Priests for Life and host of RSBN's program Praying for America. You know, as President Trump's strength in this electoral contest becomes clearer and clearer to everybody, the left becomes more and more unhinged. As seen, for example, in their language about him as a Hitler and a dictator. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Remember his inaugural address? He said, this is not about the transfer of power from one party to another. It's about the transfer of power from Washington, D.C. to you, the American people. And that exactly characterizes every one of the historic successes and policies that President Trump and his administration accomplished. For example, historic cutting of government regulations. Does that give more power to government or to you, the people? Historic cut in taxes, more power to government or to you, the people? Increase in wages and flourishing of family businesses, again, more power to government or does that give more power to you, the people? Executive actions that strengthen and protected freedom of speech on campuses and in the pulpits of America, more power to government or to the people? Freedom of religion, protection of conscience, the right to be born. More power to government or more power to you, the people? As President Trump always says, we worship God, not government. He's exactly the opposite of a dictator. And indeed, as he also says, it is we together who are running for President of the United States, and we together who will be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, President Trump. Together, we will make America great again.
Here in
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Scott DeFalco, Brian Glenn, as we're live back inside here in Greensboro, North Carolina. Quite a crowd outside, and it's kind of funny, Scott, as we made our way in, we understood that, oh my goodness, some of these people out there, they're not going to get in.
No, they're
It's
not.
going to be standing room only in here.
Yeah, well, you know, President Trump talks about that all the time, about how many people don't get in is just as much, if not more, than the people that do get in. Yeah. And that's certainly going to be the case today because the line went on forever. I mean, I definitely would have got my 10,000 steps in for sure, just walking through the line for the last 45 minutes.
I tried to get a line video earlier, and I realized that it was almost virtually impossible because the way it zigged and it zagged across this Coliseum parking lot. But you're glad you're here, and, you know, kind of preview what's going to happen. At about 12:15, a program will start inside with some speakers. They got about 6 speakers slated to speak for, you know, a few minutes, and then, of course, President Trump comes on at 2 o'clock. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson came onto the scene years ago with that town hall rant about gun rights and you know, law-abiding citizens that owns guns. And man, has he really sprung on the scene here in North Carolina.
Yeah, he really has, and it is for that. You know, people here, their Second Amendment is important to them, and it really is across the country, Brian, but especially here in the South. You see it more than other parts of the country, I have to be honest, and that's important to people. And, you know, he's here today with other people. Again, like you said, President Trump speaking at 2 o'clock. Lots to discuss, too, because lots happened this week.
We even saw Senator Ted Budd earlier on the pre-show. He was waking his way in, and I don't know if we'll get a chance to talk to him on the bleachers here, but I had a chance to meet up with him in one of the CPACs when he was running for office. Great guy, seems to be hugely popular here in North Carolina.
Yeah, he is. Family man, you know, you see his ads all the time, and I've heard nothing but good things about him from the North Carolina residents that I've spoken to since I've gotten here, and, you know, friends of Christine, you know, who I actually moved here for originally, and all of her friends there in the Ballantyne area and the Providence Country Club, they have nothing but great things to say about him and how much they support him.
Yeah, go. All right, so we heard a lot of people talk about the border. Just a few days ago, I was with President Trump there in Eagle Pass.
Yeah.
That community has really been impacted by this illegal immigration. I even saw a story on a local news station about someone had a pecan farm right there on the border that, you know, for years it's been thriving, and they were able to go out there and harvest. The last couple of years, they've had more illegal immigrants and more criminals apprehended on this piece of property. So it has hurt them. Not only are we seeing the effects, you know, from a crime standpoint with this migrant crime, but these people can't even harvest their pecans that are on their farm.
Yeah, and that's going to be, you know, the new term that President Trump coined as well, you know, migrant crime, and that's really what it is, Brian. And these people are on the front lines, and they've been saying this for years. We've heard it from Governor Abbott. We've heard it from Ted Cruz, and they started sending these illegals to the sanctuary cities, and good for them, because it seems like people don't get it unless it's happening to them or it's affecting them. And with that, I'll give you, you know, Laken Riley.
Yeah,
I mean,
Laken Riley. I mean,
there you go, right there.
Tragic story. I know the president talked about that, and Eagle Pass said that he had called the parents. Obviously, the parents were crushed by losing Laken. But I know that they're committed to making, to doing something positive out of this, and really bringing a spotlight on the victims and the families of this migrant crime. So, you know, God works in strange ways sometimes that none of us can understand, but I think that we need to find ways to help families that are victims of these crimes, not just migrant crimes, but any type of violent crime, and especially if it's something that we can control. I mean, think about this for a second, Scott. This particular individual was detained earlier for abuse of a child
in New York,
and was let go.
In New York. What a shocker.
Yeah,
right?
What a shocker.
Yeah, was let go and came here illegally, was part of the catch and release program that President Trump had ended and Joe Biden reinstated as soon as he got back into office. So that is the direct result of them taking away President Trump's immigration policies. And it's no surprise, Brian, and no wonder why that is the number one issue people have in this election, and the number one problem they have, and what they want to fix first.
Yeah. We did hear a little bit about the Ukraine war and the funding in Ukraine. A couple people talked about that. I know it's a big issue in terms of the House, and right now with the budget, the way that the CR, the continuation of the Nancy Pelosi budget, and that's exactly what it is, Scott. Let's not make any bones about it. What our current Congress is doing is just progressing the same exact policies that Nancy Pelosi put into the budget. So Americans do not want our hard-earned tax dollars going over to Ukraine. No longer. We don't have the money to do that. I'm surprised we didn't hear more about it today, but President Trump typically does talk about that in his speeches. But America first means no more tax dollars going to fund foreign wars that we don't have any interest in.
No interest in, Brian. And you heard it from one of the veterans you spoke to today. I forgot his name, but it was one of the best interviews you had, and he talked about helping our people first, the veterans first, the people in this country over illegal immigrants who should not be here, who are getting free health coverage, free everything. They're getting, you know, phone cards, they're getting cell phones, while Americans are suffering because of it, Brian, and it has to stop. And the immigration policy is so bad. That's why we're not hearing more about that, but that also has a direct effect.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, I talked about this House bill in California that's being passed, and you probably weren't aware of it.
Right.
But they're going to give new homeowners first-time home buyers a 20% down payment to buy their house. Now that's a loan, so it has to be paid back, obviously, when they sell the house. But they're now opening that up to migrants, so illegals that come in this country. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand, like, why are we opening up every opportunity that we have in this country to immigration?
Well, where's it happening?
California.
There you go. I mean, that's the answer right there. Sanctuary state. We know how horribly run that state has been, like with Gavin Newsom. I got out. Fortunately, people are leaving by
escaped.
droves. I escaped, yes, barely. People are leaving in droves, as we know. And that's the reason, Brian, when you look at these things happening, look at where they're happening, and then it will all make sense based on everything we've seen the last 8 years from that side of the aisle.
When you look at Gavin Newsom, and new scum is what President Trump called him the other day, and that was the first time I'd heard it.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
okay, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom, and I thought it was brilliant, actually. But when you look at his policies, I don't know how people in California keep electing Gavin Newsom.
Well, there was a recall. There was a recall election.
We were there. We helped Larry Elders, who we were supporting.
Yes, I actually went out and volunteered, to get him out, and somehow he made it back in. And Brian, I don't mind talking about these things because I feel so strongly about them, and that brings us to election integrity. There were so many people that wanted him out. It is hard to believe that not only that he won, but that he won by the margin that he did, because I'm at the point right now where I don't trust anything with that. I really, really don't. I think it's going to be impossible for them to, in my opinion, and yours too, and millions of other Americans, really cheat on the scale that they did in 2020, because Americans will not put up with it. They're not going to let them kick Republican pollsters out, board up the windows like they did in Michigan, and then count votes. No, that is not going to happen. People will rebel against that, or have Republican pollsters kicked out like they were in Georgia. And then all of a sudden, there's cases of ballots being pulled out from underneath the table and rerun through the machine all night for hours while there was supposedly a leak.
Yeah.
Some kind of leak that
water
shut
main
down.
break.
Yes, the voting location. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's just that is not going to be able to happen this time. So that's why, I feel like they're not going to be able to get away with those things.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. And I also agree that we're going to flood the polls. We are going to make it where statistically, mathematically, it would almost be impossible to cheat, because then your totals would supersede people that are even registered to vote in these total counties or these states. So you want to make it where it's impossible to vote, or impossible to cheat, rather. I do think this election is going to be very different than 2020. I think 2020, in my opinion, I don't think we were prepared for the cheat.
No,
I don't think we were.
It happened too fast.
Right.
I mean, it was on top of us on election day. All of a sudden, we're like, okay, what is going on? What is going on there? How did that happen? Okay, that doesn't seem right. It doesn't pass the eye test, the smell test, whatever test you want to put it under. It did not pass it, but it was on election day. What were people going to do? We didn't know what to do, and then it went on for weeks. The counting of the votes. We were trying to do something. People were recording them, pulling ballots from these locations, and destroying them and all this. But by that time, the laws were changed, by the Democrats before the election. And there was nothing we could do about it. But if you watch those court trials, I'm so tired of people saying there was no evidence. There was a bunch of evidence, Brian. You were there. You were at those hearings with Rudy Giuliani and those witnesses and the hundreds and hundreds of people with sworn affidavits telling you that there was cheating going on.
And you think for yourself, Scott, do you think these people want to put their name on a document for perjury if they didn't witness these things? Now, we heard it. Well, when you have the judges don't want to take a look at it. The judges don't want anything to do with this.
Right, of course.
They simply don't want to listen to it. So that's why it never went past the courts, because the judge they kicked it out on standing. So it never had its day in court to hear the evidence, because you and I both know, if this evidence was presented in front of a jury and a judge, they would clearly see that things were were corrupt.
Right.
I remember on election day, and this is crazy, I remember seeing bouncy houses, hot dog machines, DJs, like look like they were going to some kind of like carnival, family carnival, right next to the polling centers. Yeah. Well, you can't do that. There is, depending on the state they're in, there are limitations to how close that you can even campaign, like that you can even hold a sign. You certainly can't advocate openly to vote for a certain candidate, and that's exactly what we saw in some of these states. But I don't think you're going to see it this time.
Well, it's funny that it was all the swing states, right?
Yeah.
All the states that Trump ended up was winning big when we went to sleep that night. Then all of a sudden, the lead was cut down, or he was behind, and then as time went on, it went down and down and down, just enough for them to get over the hump. And then all of a sudden, okay, all the results are in. So yeah, I mean, look at where it happened, and it's not a coincidence.
All right, let's step aside and show the crowd real quick as we are live inside here. The doors are open, obviously. They keep letting more and more people in here. But, Scott, it's going to be standing room only in here real short.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the place is filling up. The energy is unbelievable, Brian. It really is. I don't remember feeling like this except, I was at a Def Leppard concert a couple of years ago. And that's the equivalent of this. It's like a rock star is coming to town, and it feels like a rock concert in here with the energy and the people.
It's interesting because I've always wanted to know, what does a Biden rally look like? If he was to have a rally, what 5 people could he convince to come to his rally?
Right, yeah. And you're being generous, Brian, with 5 people. Yeah, well, I remember even back in 2020 when, and the first sign for me was election night when I heard them call Arizona for Joe Biden about a half hour after the polls had closed. I went, whoa, what is going on here? Because literally a week ago, we saw a Biden event that had maybe 7 people there. They were in circles because they had to fill that, with the 6 feet apart. And meanwhile, there was about, I don't know, a 50 to 100 mile Trump parade of cars going down Route 10 in Arizona. And I'm like, really? Really? He lost the state? I don't think so. And that's when I got suspicious and I got worried.
What about the drive-ins? The people sat in their cars and they honked the horn, beep, 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 if you liked what you heard. Yep. It was such a clown show back there. And meanwhile, President Trump is selling out arenas, selling out huge spaces at county fairgrounds, 20, 30, 40, 50, even higher, thousands of people. Scott, I was on the ground. I could not believe the enthusiasm that I was seeing was something else. Hey, if you want to learn more about President Trump, you can do that. freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. What a great way that you and your family can read about the accomplishments of President Trump. You're not going to learn about it on the University of TikTok. You're not going to learn about it on the College of Instagram. They're not going to tell you how good President Trump is. But this book would show you an illustration and great, easy to read for your kids of just all the accomplishments President Trump had. So the information for that is on your screen, freetrumpbook.com. You got to pay a small shipping and handling fee, but that's nothing in compare to the wealth of knowledge your kids are going to get from this book.
Yeah, and how many young kids did we see today?
A lot.
Right? A lot that were for President Trump. I love the kid, doing the flex and saying what he loved about President Trump.
I hope we clip that, by the way, we put that out, because there was a mic drop.
Yes, that should go viral. It really should. Yeah, but, it's funny. The younger people, they really are loving President Trump, Brian. And like I said, and this is the greatest thing about it, is that they're being educated. Their parents are educating them. Everything is so out there today that they're getting the information, and they're getting the right information. That's what's important. And you see that. When's the last time you saw the kids the age we saw today saying that they love Joe Biden? It's never happened.
Never happened.
It's never happened, Brian. No. But it's happening all across the country with President Trump.
So freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Okay, let's get a quick check of local time here. It's about 12:12 here. The program's slated to start around 12:15. We've got 6 speakers. After those 6 speakers, they'll take a brief break, and then President Trump will come out at 2 p.m. But this is not all we have going on today, Scott, because we also have a live shot. Vanessa Holmes and Matthew Alvarez is in Richmond, Virginia, because, yes, Trump's going back to doing 2-a-days now.
Wow. Where does he get the energy? He's inspiring to me, because there's mornings I can't get out of bed. I'm like, oh my God, my knee. You were talking about your knees before. I'm like, this morning I woke up like, oh my God, my back. This guy, he runs circles around us, but it's inspiring, because I'm like, man, if he can do it, so can I.
Yeah, when that little lady came up, and I wanted to talk to her, but to be honest with you, it was hard for me to bend down and talk to her. But it's very inspiring that he's doing that. So we got 2 rallies today, and then we got a busy week coming up. We've got a Super Tuesday obviously coming up next week. But before that, we've got a special on Monday night that we'll push out on social medias here. You do not want to miss this very special presentation Monday night. I believe 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll get more details on that when it's public. But we're there for your election headquarters. And then you've got the State of the Union coming up next week as well.
Yep.
And here's what's interesting. I heard a report 2 days ago that during the State of the Union speech, the ones that were able to preview that speech, there was little to no mention of immigration in that speech. So I'm not sure how that's going to fly with House Republicans. And I know a couple in particular that when they don't hear anything about the border and they try to blame it on President Trump, you and I couldn't believe that they were trying to pin the immigration problem, the border crisis, on President Trump.
What a joke.
What a joke.
What a joke. I mean, it's offensive. It makes you angry, and people are angry in this country. You know, Brian, as much love as there is, and President Trump talks about that all the time, you know, at these rallies and everywhere he goes, the love, but there's anger, too. There's anger at what's gone on. There's anger still about what happened in the election and the results of that, because this is what you get when you have an illegitimate president.
Yeah, that's
with
exactly.
bad policy. He says they're good at two things. They're good at cheating, and they're good at sticking together.
Yeah.
Okay, but their policies are terrible.
Yeah, there's consequences
Right.
to this election, and
Right.
we're seeing it. That's why it's so important that we come together, and I said this a little bit in the pre-show. We have got to make sure not only we get President Trump in office, that's a given, but we must keep the majority in the House, and we must take back the Senate.
Yes.
We have to have both the House and the Senate and the presidency to push and enact President Trump's policies. If we do not have a united front on both the House and the Senate, they're not going to go anywhere.
Well, yeah, it's going to be tough to get things done.
It is going to be very tough to get things done. Plus, people don't know this, but whoever controls Congress, January of 2025, rewrites the tax codes. So if the Democrats get in majority in Congress, I can assure you that they are going to raise your taxes. I'm not even going to guess. I'm not going to say they might. I'm going to say they will raise your taxes. They don't think you pay enough taxes right now. They don't think you do. So I'm telling you, if there's people running for Congress in your districts, and for whatever reason you're like, well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to. I just want to vote for Trump, and I'm going to just skip everybody else.
No,
oh,
can't do it.
Music is. There's a great Matt Gaetz there. Look, we might be getting ready for some speakers here. We got Matt Gaetz and his wife Jinder down in front. So you can wave to them for a second. How you guys doing? Let's see if I can get.
And please welcome to the stage to open our event, U.S. Representative Virginia Fox. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage.
Greetings, my fellow American patriots. Welcome to Greensboro and the new 5th Congressional District of North Carolina. Friends, let's make Tuesday the end of the road for Nikki Haley. Let's make it the end of the road. Let's make it the end of the road for the establishment and the neocons backing her. Let's make it the final nail in the coffin of the weak-kneed Republican Party that we've been fighting for decades. You know, I've been taking on the weak-kneed establishment Republicans ever since I got to Congress. From beating them in my first primary to leading the effort to purge the turncoat Liz Cheney from House leadership. Friends, I've been all in for President Trump ever since he came down the escalator in Trump Tower. He spoke the truth about illegal aliens coming across our border then, and he's speaking the truth about the Biden border invasion now. I've been working with President Trump ever since I co-chaired his policy platform committee when we nominated him in 2016. In Congress, I worked with him to replace NAFTA to help the American workforce, to repeal job-killing regulations by the Obama-Biden administration, and I've had his back on the Oversight Committee, where the Democrats have tried endlessly to pursue witch hunt after witch hunt. And yet here he stands, stronger than ever. I was humbled last cycle when I became the first House incumbent that President Trump endorsed. I'm humbled to have his endorsement now. The media can call me whatever they want. They've called us deplorables, fascists, MAGA Republicans, and now they're calling us Christian nationalists. Call me whatever you want, as long as I'm on the side of President Trump against Biden and those woke Marxist Democrats. Standing with him is a badge of honor no matter what they call us. But let me make something crystal clear. I have President Trump's back because he has my back. I'm with President Trump because he has your back. He's got the back of the American workers. He's got the backs of our grandchildren from Greensboro to the mountains. Now let's get to work and win this for him on Tuesday, along with America First Republicans, to secure his agenda. God bless you all.
To lead us in today's invocation, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the president of the North Carolina Sheriff's Association, Sheriff Darren Campbell, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey, from looking up here, I can only tell you the other side wish they had a crowd that looked as good as y'all. If you would, please rise the flag and assist me at the Pledge of Allegiance to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Rep. Representative Jimmy Dixon to lead us in today's invocation.
Please bow with me as we petition the Lord for our event today. Our kind Father in heaven, we gather together today in unity and in humility to express our love and thankfulness to Thee and to Thy Son for the magnificent freedoms that we've enjoyed in America, for the great efforts from the past, for men and women who gave everything they had in order to form this nation. Now, Heavenly Father, we are here to do that which we can do to help President Donald J. Trump make America great again. Please bless us that we might do so. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage founder of the Fun Schooling Movement, Sarah Janice Brown, to sing our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen.
Broad stripes and bright stars,
through the perilous fight, for the hours we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran quick, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the chairman of the NCGOP and future chairman of the RNC, Michael Whatley.
What a great day to welcome the 45th President of the United States to North Carolina. You know, 4 years ago, when we stood on this stage, Russia was in check, China was in check, Iran was in check, inflation was in check. Our southern border was protected, and the world was a safe place to be. With Joe Biden and the Democrats in charge, look where we are today. Russia is in Ukraine. Iran, through its proxies, is in Israel. And China is licking its lips thinking about Taiwan. Inflation is out of control. Gas prices are through the roof. And 8.5 million illegal immigrants have come across our border. We don't know who they are, we don't know where they are, and we don't know what they're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, America cannot take 4 more years of Democratic control. America needs Republicans to flip the Senate, to expand their majority in the House, and to take back the White House. Peace through strength was not just a pithy campaign slogan for Ronald Reagan. It is absolutely the truth. And when we have a weak America, the world is a more dangerous place. And when we had Donald Trump in the White House, the world was a safer place. We cannot win the House, we cannot win the White House without winning North Carolina, without winning battleground states all across this country. And we are going to win the White House, and we are going to flip the House, because we are going to do 2 things every single day. We are going to get out the vote, and we are going to protect the ballot, and we are going to win, and we are going to keep North Carolina and America red. Let's welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, to North Carolina.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Speaker of the North Carolina House of Representatives and Trump-endorsed candidate for Congress, Tim Moore.
Good afternoon. Before I begin, I do want to recognize a number of special guests here. A lot of my colleagues that serve in the North Carolina House and the North Carolina Senate. Would y'all please stand? You deserve a round of recognition and applause. a number of these folks. Please join me in thanking these folks for their service. Thank you, guys. My friends, North Carolina has been doing it right, but Washington, D.C. has been doing it all wrong. Since Joe Biden came to office, it's been one goat rodeo after another. Go look at the border and see what's happening. Try to go to Costco or Walmart. You need a second mortgage when you pull out of the place. It's not an accident that things are going the way they're going with liberal woke ideology in charge in the White House right now. We can take NC values to DC, and the other thing we can do is we can deliver a victory for Donald Trump through North Carolina as well. Go back 4 years ago. We didn't have countries that hated us doing all the saber rattling, invading other countries. We didn't have attacks happening in Israel like now. We didn't have our border wide open, allowing who knows who to come through the border right now. These are things that Joe Biden has willingly allowed to happen, and it has made America less safe. But there's an answer for that. You know what it is? Donald Trump. And we have the opportunity on Tuesday to send a clear message throughout the free world that North Carolina and the rest of this country are going to solidly stand behind President Trump going back to the White House. I'm amazed. I don't know about y'all, but I'm amazed when I watch the news and I see the attacks that this man and his family have had to endure. The left is so vitriolic and so against him, they're trying to take his personal fortune. They're trying to take his freedom, and they will do anything they can to try to keep him off the ballot. But rest assured, Donald J. Trump will be on the ballot in North Carolina and the other 49 states. My friends, it's time to take our country back. And I know that with your help and all of us pushing together, we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House. Thank you and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage U.S. Representative Dan Bishop.
Hey, everybody, you ready for Donald Trump? Ladies and gentlemen, we met each other in 2019 when President Trump came to North Carolina to rally for a candidate in a special election for Congress who was down 9.5 points. No other White House in history would have been involved, but that wasn't what Donald Trump does. Donald Trump came to town, he rallied just like this, and the next day I won that election to Congress in that 2019 special election. And I've been fighting for you ever since in Washington. But where the battle rages, there the loyalty of the soldier is proved. If your phone's in your pocket, pull it out and look at it. In your palm is an instrument more powerful than our founders could have imagined for greater freedom, for liberty, or for greater control. In 2 weeks, the Supreme Court of the United States will hear the case of Murphy versus Missouri, Biden versus Missouri in the courts below, where the lower courts found that in the run-up to the 2020 and 2022 elections, the Biden White House, FBI, and cybersecurity agency, CISA, embedded agents with our country's major social media platforms to squelch the free speech of Americans and the free speech that Americans wanted to read. Those government agents were given the power to censor the information the citizens of the United States saw on social media. This is just one example of the Biden administration and the deep state's outrageous violation of your constitutional rights. And it only came to light because of 2 Republican attorneys general who filed suit to stop it. Now use that phone to record what I'm about to say and share it with your friends. Progressive, radical Democrats have realized that we, the people, won't let them change our laws. We won't let them prevent our constitutional rights from being enforced and being protected. To protect our rights and reestablish the rule of law, we must win control of our justice system. In North Carolina, that means that for the first time since 1896, Republicans must win Attorney General's election in this state. And the day I'm sworn into office, we'll go to work. It's not complicated. Your constitutional rights must be protected. Illegal immigration is illegal. Robbery, drug dealing, drug smuggling, public urination, and public intoxication are crimes. Crimes must be prosecuted. Sentenced convicts must be jailed. Once jailed, convicted criminals must serve their sentences, not be immediately paroled and released to reoffend. Let me be entirely clear. When I am North Carolina's Attorney General, I will protect your constitutional rights. I'll enforce our laws, and I'll work tirelessly to make North Carolina and America great again. The difference couldn't be clearer, ladies and gentlemen. Think for just a moment about the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James. She campaigned for office on a platform that she would persecute and destroy one person. That's the Democrats' view of law and order. Our view is different. We're going to reestablish law and order. We're going to reestablish a culture of order. We're going to make America great again. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. I love you.
To the stage, Trump-endorsed candidate for Congress, Addison McDowell.
North Carolina. I'm Addison McDowell, and I'm from Davidson County, and I'm honored to be endorsed by President Donald J. Trump. President Trump endorsed me because he knows no one will fight harder to secure our southern border, because just like it is for a lot of you, for me, it's personal. I lost my little brother Luke to fentanyl poisoning from fentanyl that was likely manufactured in China and smuggled up through Mexico. In 2016, right after he died, was the first time I met President Donald Trump at a rally just like this. And I told President Trump, I told him my family's tragedy, and I said, sir, fight like hell to secure our border. There are folks in my campaign that are more interested in immigration reform than they are securing our southern border. Well, y'all, that ain't me. We're gonna secure our border right now. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty good about President Trump's chances on Tuesday. He's going to carry North Carolina, and he's going to win it for a third straight time in November. And Mark Robinson, what do y'all think about Mark Robinson? He's going to have a big win on Tuesday, and I can't wait to see the look on the liberals' faces when he's our governor in November. But I need you to send a strong message this Tuesday to the never-Trumpers who badmouth President Trump and Mark Robinson. And the best way to send that message is to vote for me, the Trump-endorsed candidate in the 6th District of North Carolina. See, President Trump has endorsed me, Senator Ted Budd has endorsed me. The National Border Patrol Council has endorsed me. And they endorsed me because President Trump and the rest of them know that no one else is going to fight harder to secure our border and to fight for the America First agenda. I'm Addison McDowell, and I'm honored to be the only candidate endorsed by Donald Trump in the 6th District, and I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senator Ted Budd.
Well, hello, Greensboro. How you doing? I think with a crowd like this, we know that North Carolina is Trump country. Well, you know, since all of you and President Trump helped me get elected to the United States Senate just a couple of years ago, you know, I've been working on a lot of things, but they all have just one theme, and that is to make us a stronger nation again. Sadly, friends, under Joe Biden, we're no longer the strong nation that we used to be. You see, friends, strong nations have strong borders. Strong nations, they aren't $34 trillion in debt. Strong nations, they don't put other countries' interests before their own. And strong nations, they don't allow their leader to remain in office after 4 years of failure. Now, the good news is you don't have to look very far for a great leader to make our country great again, do you? You know, he's already done it before, and you can bet that he is going to do it again. Because remember, under President Trump, our border was secure. Drug deaths were decreasing. Under President Trump, paychecks were up and inflation was down. Under President Trump, our enemies feared us and the world was peaceful. North Carolina, tell me, don't we want that kind of leader back in the White House? Well, I do too. And I'm proud to say that North Carolina is full of America First champions who will have President Trump's back. Like our next governor, my friend Mark Robinson. How about that? I tell you what, friends, he is an inspiration to us all, and he is the fresh face that we need to restore conservative leadership to the governor's mansion in Raleigh. And up in Washington, where I work, what do y'all think about Washington, D.C., y'all? Well, they hear you loud and clear. I tell you what, we need some fresh leadership in Congress, and I know the man for the job. I think you just heard from him. His name is Addison McDowell, and he is running for Congress in the 6th District. No, I'm a little bit biased for Addison, because Addison, he used to work for me. So I know him. President Trump knows him. And we know that Addison is the kind of conservative leader that we need. Now, a lot of career politicians out there, they tried to attack Addison because he's never run for political office before. Well, that sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Because those same politicians and those insiders said the same thing about me when I first ran. And those same insiders said the same thing about a tough New York billionaire who took our country by storm in 2016, didn't they? But Addison, he is running because the crisis at the southern border, as he said, it is personal for him. As you just heard, his younger brother Luke died at the hands of fentanyl. The same drug that is now pouring through our southern border on Joe Biden's watch. It's tragic. It's heartbreaking. And Addison is running to do something about it. And Addison is doing this so that no other family has to go through what his family did. And that's why President Trump and I have endorsed Addison McDowell for Congress. He's the man that we need in Congress, standing by my side and standing by President Trump's side. So when on Tuesday that you go vote and you vote for America First fighters like President Trump, like Mark Robinson, and like Addison McDowell, you are voting to turn this country around because, friends, it's close, but it's not too late. So let's take a stand. Let's make our voices heard. Let's win this for our country. Thank you. May God bless you. May God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage North Carolina Lieutenant Governor and Trump-endorsed candidate for governor, Mark Robinson.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will rock you. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a young man, hard man, shouting in the street, you're gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, a big disgrace, waving your...
Fantastic, fantastic. What a wonderful crowd. Well, thank you all for being here. And as always, we give thanks to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving us our life, our health, and our strength, placing us in a blessed and prosperous land. You know, I get phone calls every day to ask me, they say, how you holding up? How you holding up through all the pressure, through all the bad talk, through all the mudslinging? How you holding up? I'm holding up just fine. And I tell you why I'm holding up just fine. Because the strength behind me is my beautiful wife, Yolanda, and the strength behind me is Jesus Christ. And as long as I'm making them happy, I'm happy. But folks, we got trouble in this country. We have trouble in this country. We have a wide open border. We've got inflation that's out of control. War is looming on the horizon. And right now we have a president that I don't even believe knows where he is right now. I believe the first thing he does when he wakes up in the morning is ask his staff, am I still president? We are in a dangerous situation. Never before has America been in peril like she is right now. But never before has America had an answer like we have in Donald J. Trump. The same thing is true for North Carolina. North Carolina, never before in her history has she had an opportunity to grow like she can potentially grow. Never before has she had the opportunity to be led by folks who actually understand the people of North Carolina, not the political systems that make the politicians richer and the people poor. We have an opportunity to actually grow this state from Murphy to Manteo, and we need to take advantage of that. That's the reason why I'm running for governor. That's the reason why I'm looking forward to winning on Tuesday. And that's the reason why I'm looking forward for a victory in November. Because the road to the White House runs directly through North Carolina. And now is not the time for this party to have weaklings who are unwilling to stand up and face the horde. Those who, when problems pop up, they're nowhere to be found. Now is the time for warriors, people who are willing to stand up and fight, not just for this country, but for you, for your families, for your schools, for your churches, and for your freedom. Because at the end of the day, that is what this is all about. This is about preserving the freedoms that Jesus Christ has given us. Now, I can assure you that myself, Dan Bishop, all the members of the legislature of North Carolina, And President Donald J. Trump will fight every day to ensure that America stays great and you stay free. God bless you. God bless the state of North Carolina, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All aboard the night train.
All right, that wraps up some of the pre-program here, and I can't think of a better person, actually, Scott, than the soon-to-be governor of your state of North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
Yeah, well, he's got my vote, that's for sure, and I don't know how you can't be pumped up after hearing that. And it's my birthday on Tuesday, Brian, so Super Tuesday is going to be a great day for me, especially if he takes home the vote, which I feel he will.
Yeah, and we also heard from several other people running for offices here. North Carolina, we were just doing some research on this last presidential election, and I had forgotten about this, Scott, and you reminded me. It took days?
Yeah, days. I think it was up to 2 weeks. I think it was around 2 weeks.
Until they officially called it for Trump.
For North Carolina, and that was while the other swing states were still counting their votes and, adding to the total. And I couldn't believe when I was watching it that North Carolina was even in question, but he happened to just pull that one out when really we know that this is Trump country, this is a Trump state, it is a red state, and there is no way that vote was as close as they said it was.
It's interesting because as we kind of observe the amount of people coming in here, and as I go across the country, I see this huge amounts of people coming out. I always ask myself, how did Joe Biden win this election when I cannot tell you. It's hard to find a Democrat in some of these areas that we go to. It's hard to find it.
I don't see a Biden sign.
I don't see Biden signs.
Kamala Harris
I don't hear about Biden rallies. I don't really hear about any Democrat-based event. I don't hear about them.
And here's the thing, Brian. And I tell people this. My friends will say to me, they'll argue with me and say, "Oh, you're election denier, this and that." And this is verbatim what I say to them. Okay, that there is no one with 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 2 brain cells, and this is verbatim, that could possibly think that incompetent fool who can't read a sentence off a teleprompter, campaigned from his basement, had no one anywhere showing up for him during that election process leading up to 2020, got 81 million votes, especially when you had a record set by no incumbent president had ever got more votes in their second term than their first. Not only did he get more, he got 12 million more, 74, 75 million, and we know it was more than that. So you tell me that's your... No, I'm sorry. I just will never accept that.
It doesn't pass the smell check is what I like to say, the common sense check. Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, you see these events and you talk to people, and that's why I ask people, is anybody in your immediate circle feel the same? Do they all feel the same way you do? They go, yes. We don't know anybody that's voting for Biden or voting for really any Democrat in these states. So there's a sign out here that says too big to rig.
Right.
And I think that's what it comes down to. It's got to be too big where they can't rig.
Well, think about what they had to do to get the last election. I mean, it was on multiple levels, Brian. We're not just talking about the ballot stuffing, the trucks coming in the middle of the night. Look, you watched all of those court hearings in those swing states that Rudy Giuliani was at. I listened to these witnesses. I listened to people that had 25 years of polling experience, that ran polling locations, that said pristine ballots came in, all perfect, marked. I listened to a truck driver who said that he drove a truck full, 35 pallets full of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, which, oh, by the way, that's illegal, okay, to take them out of state. And that when he opened up, in Pennsylvania, obviously one of the states that he had a big lead in that he, lost, and when he opened up the back and saw it, it was all ballots, all pre-printed ballots. So I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's just, they're not going to be able to. Now, look, then there's the Dominion machines. Okay, there's that whole thing. And all of the evidence about that. The guy in Italy, sworn affidavit, that he was there when they were changing the votes. People don't know this because the mainstream media did not cover it. But when you listen to those, I
know, it's almost too much to go into right now.
God.
Okay, let's also talk about the economy. That is what I like to say is the lowest hanging fruit.
Yep.
That is what affects most and all Americans, with the exception of the super elite that I don't think live in the same world we live in. But let's just talk about the price of gas, and that is almost the lowest hanging fruit on that. When Trump left office, it was $1.87. We were energy independent. We had an abundance of oil, abundance of natural gas. We had all of that, let's just say, produced in-house. Within the first week under a Biden administration, he did so many executive orders. He reversed so many of the Trump energy policies that gave us that strength to stand on our own 2 feet and not rely on other countries to import their oil. Now, not only has he reversed course on that, he's also depleted the petroleum oil reserves, which is only meant to help in times of war. Well, we got a war going on, but not the one that's reserved for. Natural disasters, hurricanes, things like that might disrupt the oil production. That's what it's meant to do. But what President Biden did was he used the petroleum oil reserves to offset the price of oil to artificially decrease the price of gas. Now, so what you're seeing now, if the gas has pulled back some, it's because we've diluted the market with so much oil. If we were to ever go into a situation where we have a war situation, wartime where we need an abundance of oil or natural disaster, we don't have those reserves in place. So what Joe Biden has done is driven up the cost of energy, and that affects everyone.
Well, it's fool's gold. When they say the gas prices have dropped, I was in California. I remember filling my tank up at $8.78 a gallon. I remember seeing that specifically and looking at it and saying, oh my God, President Trump was right. He said we were going to get gas prices.
I remember when he said $8, and I thought, well, that seems a little high, but on West Coast, it wasn't.
I swear I remember thinking that, God, he was right again. Yeah. And those oil reserves, he had built up. He built them up.
And he filled them up with lower price oil.
Right.
That's what you got to keep in mind. If we were to fill those up today, you're talking about plus of $60, $70 barrel oil versus much, much lower back under the Trump administration. So you got gas is a big deal. Yeah. Let's talk about interest rates for a second, and people's ability to buy new cars, new homes, used cars, big ticket items that requires financing. Right now, it is costing Americans almost 50% more to buy the same house it would have cost them back under a Trump administration.
Yeah, well, we've had issues with it. We purchased a beach condo in Florida. We were trying to do that. And the interest rates on all the loans, I went to go get a car. Couldn't do it. It was crazy. It was insane what it was. And it is almost double, like you said, what they used to be. And so we weren't able to do it.
Yeah, and I tell you, it's kind of interesting because when you look at this is it. I'm a car guy, so the average car payment back pre-Trump, like the year Trump ran, was around $500 a month. That was the average car payment back at that time. It is now over $731 a month for an average car. Now you ask Brian, well, why is that? Well, yes, cars are costing more. Historically, they've really gone up in the last 10 years. But it's costing these companies more to produce these cars, right? Mm-hmm. Steel is more expensive, material, plastic, integrated circuits that go in. A car is a computer now, essentially, with wheels. So, yes, the goods have gone up. But guess what? The ability to buy these things has gone up. If I'm not mistaken, right now, the average interest rate for a pre-owned car is in the teens, the low teens, 12, 13, 14%. That tacks on about $245 more than it would have cost you back in 2016, 2017. So it's costing you more to buy that car. I don't see how people do it, Scott. I've told you before, living in California, like my son lives out there right now, and granted, he doesn't necessarily have a mortgage, but he does have a rent he pays and his car payment. Yeah. But on top of just like your energy bills, we talked to a lady out front. Remember she said her power bill was
$400.
$400 a month. Now, there's some people in parts of the country that might love a $400 a month energy bill. But in a state like North Carolina,
it shouldn't be.
Percentage-wise, that's an expensive power bill.
Yeah, normally our power bill is around maybe $150. It goes up to $400 when we use the electric fireplace during the winter, which I promise not to do anymore, honey. I promise.
Yeah.
So when we got that bill, I got quite a tongue lashing. But yeah, so normally it's about $150. And touching on the energy thing again, Brian, and not being energy independent, and where we would have been the world leader in energy 2 times over, not being the leader in energy is like, and this is something that President Trump said about 6 months ago. It really stuck with me. He said it's like losing a war. He said it's like losing a war, not being in that position. But on the flip side, having that position gives you the ultimate power, the ultimate leverage, and and that's what we want.
All right.
That's what we want.
We're going to talk about what's going on Capitol Hill, what we can expect from the State of the Union. But right now, let's talk about our friend Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. Let me talk about a patriot. This is a guy that after the election was out there just really digging deep on all the discrepancies that we saw in the 2020 election. And Mike Lindell has put not only his efforts into this, but his own personal money. This guy has spent over $40 million in legal cases defending people through court cases in regards to election fraud and digging into what happened on 2020. Our friend Mike Lindell needs your help. I talk to him probably every other week just to see how he's doing. He looked great the last time I saw him, but he says, Brian, let me tell you something. We've got some great sales going on right now because they need to turn some product. Go to the website, mypillow.com, mypillow.com/RSBN to get that special discount that is only for right side viewers. The dogs, the dog bed, the slippers, the pillows, the sheets, you name it. He's got it all there on sale.
I just got the towels.
You got the towels, one of my favorite.
They're great.
They're absorbent. They actually take water off your skin.
I know, they're great. Yeah, I use them. I got the cream colored ones.
Oh, the cream.
They match right in our new bathroom.
There you go. I've got the blue ones. So go check it out. MyPillow.com, mypillow.com/RSBN for a very special discount. And as always, you can always go to mystore.com. They got thousands of entrepreneurs that are on this website. All stuff made in the USA. They got a special section for that. Go check it out. mypillow.com/RSBN. All right, so we got the State of the Union coming up next week.
Right.
Got it on Thursday, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I was fortunate enough to be at the last one, the last State of the Union that Biden delivered.
Little fiery. A little fiery
there. There were some things that happened there that I loved. That was the first time I ever seen Biden in person, actually.
Really?
He looked like a walking corpse,
Yeah.
and I'm being generous with that too. I'll tweet that later. I don't want to share that with you now. Which, by the way, you can follow me at Brian Glenn TV on X. Are you on X or Twitter? Or?
I am on X. It's Scott44D. Instagram at Scott DeFalco.
There you go. But from what I understand, Democrat strategists have released some of the topics that President Biden will be talking about at this current State of the Union. And from what I understand, there's little to none conversation about immigration or the border. I don't think that's going to play well in a State of the Union address when the biggest issue on these people's minds right now is the border and immigration. Yep. How can he not talk about that to our nation on Thursday?
Well, he never has.
That's true.
He just went down there because President Trump went down there. That's the only reason. Kamala Harris, has she been down there yet? To the border?
She went to El Paso.
Oh, she went to
which
El Paso?
is not. It was in a very clean, sterile El Paso. It wasn't where any of the problems are.
Of course, because then that looks bad and everything else, and the optics are bad. He's not going to talk about it, Brian, because it gives President Trump a victory. If he's discussing that, it's basically he's saying President Trump was right. And that's what he cares about. He doesn't care about the American people. He doesn't care what's happening. He doesn't care about all the illegals that are coming across. I believe the number was what? We heard it was a 20 million, or it was a very high number.
Well, someone estimates 22 million.
22 million.
I mean,
right.
it seems high,
insane.
but it almost seems believable.
Yes, it's believable to me. When I watch the reporting every day and how people are coming in by the droves, yeah, I believe that. That's a believable number to me. So, yeah, he's not going to talk about that. Of course, it's not going to play well, but what that will do is it will give more fuel to the fire of the right and for President Trump. But they don't need any more fuel and fire because it's right there in front of you.
Yeah, it's right there in front of you. And, of course, millions of Americans are, like they said earlier, you don't have to be a border state. Everyone feels the effects. So by the Democrats ignoring it and placing blame on President Trump, it's just foolish. And people see through that stuff. They don't see it again.
Right.
By the way, November Rain is being played right now
Yep.
at a Trump rally. If you ever thought you'd go to a Trump rally and hear Guns N' Roses, never thought that would happen. Well, it happens. President Trump very much likes music.
Okay, yes.
He is in control of his music at Mar-a-Lago. I've been there with him when he's got the iPad up there and he's potting up his songs.
What's on his playlist?
Everything you're hearing today is on his
Is this pretty
playlist.
much it?
This is on his playlist. So shout out to DJ Ashba, guitarist of Guns N' Roses, filled in for the great Slash at one point. I was talking to him about this song and how this is one of President Trump's favorite videos, by the way.
Really?
He loves this video, and he loves this song. So shout out to DJ Ashba, musician there in Las Vegas, big supporter of the president, and loves conservative values and really wants to make America great again. But he also makes music great.
Yeah.
We got to love people in the music industry that actually promotes music and love a country. So
Yeah, well, we have a lot of musicians out there that support the America First movement. A lot of great ones. Kid Rock. There's Ted Nugent I saw the other day. The late great Toby Keith. You see all these people. Jason Aldean. These are great musicians, great people, and great Americans.
yeah, they are good Americans. All right, so we're coming up. We'll quick check of the time here. Let's see that here. Get the old. Okay, it's 1:04. We got about an hour before President Trump walks out. We're just waving hi to everybody. We love waving hi to everybody. Let's step aside for a second. He's watching us on the app right now. See if we can get. I don't know if we got second cams up there or not, but we've got some great people down here and out in front that's watching us right now. Thank you for watching. That's awesome. There we go. There we go. Thank you. So throughout all of this, you can go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. That is one way to stay on top of everything that we're doing financially. We first started, Scott, we did donations. We had that's how our biggest partner for all of this is our people.
Yeah.
The donations we get through our people. So if you feel led to give, you can support our advertisers. We love that. We also love your donations as well. To go to rsbnetwork.com/donation. Go to our website, click on it, safe and secure. There's power in where you spend your money, and we feel like at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we are doing everything we can to fight for the president.
Yeah, and the growth you've had the last 4 years, Brian, has been unbelievable. I followed it. And, you're seeing the results of that and the people and how much they love the network. I have been blown away today by, first of all, I would think I'm, doing this show with Mick Jagger because you are a star, buddy. Everyone knows Brian Glenn.
Well, we've been doing it a while. We've been doing it a while, so which is nice, and I do appreciate that. But go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. And, I love when guys pull up our Rumble page because he was watching us on Rumble. Couldn't get a good shot of what he was watching. I think he was watching a previous video. But follow us on Rumble. Follow us on across all social media platforms. That's how we get this message out. Media has changed. You and I both know this. You go back 20 years ago, guys like me, guys like a lot of people up here, we weren't invented yet. This type of platform wasn't created. And I'm very blessed that back in 2016, Joe Sills and Bridget Sills, and they came together to create this platform that became really a megaphone for America. It became a platform for people that wanted to see the entire speech rally, not just the clips that the alphabet channels would air, but the whole entire speech, the whole thing. Yep. And that's where really what Right Side got its starts from the very beginning, being that network of the people that showed it all.
Well, the mainstream media was suppressing this message, Brian, and you guys were able to get it out there to the people, and that's what they wanted. People couldn't find his rally. I remember watching rallies in the middle of February in 2022 when he was there, trying to get people elected into Congress or trying to help people out, people he endorsed. Nobody would cover that. Nobody knew about it. Meanwhile, I turn on RSB, I'm watching you there, and there are packed houses, thousands and thousands of people there to support the whole America First movement and all the candidates that President Trump endorsed. So yeah, this gives the ability to get that message out because, again, you're not going to find that with the mainstream media.
Yeah, and I would even go a step further, carrying events like CPAC, where Senator Ted Budd at that time was running for office. Well, we were one of the first ones at CPAC. I wouldn't say the first ones, but we certainly gave him an opportunity to spread his message of what he would do for North Carolina, and he won. And so I'm really happy to be a part of helping America First patriots get their message out about how they want to save America. And I'm also happy about holding people accountable for it as well, because as you know, this has been a very turmoil session in Congress. The last 2 years have been crazy.
Yeah.
And when there's Republicans that aren't doing what they should do, I think it's responsible for us to call them out on it, because that is one of the biggest problems with our country right now. It necessarily isn't the Democrats, even though their policies are destructive. It's the Republicans that are holding us back from this America First agenda that President Trump so much pushes.
Yeah, and that's a major, major problem, in the party, Brian. And we've heard about this before. They don't stick together. It's another thing President Trump has said, the one thing we'd say, boy, they stick together. No matter what, they stick together. If our party stuck together, we could never be defeated.
Yeah. Here's one way to stay updated to everything. Go to our website, sign up for our newsletter. My goodness, if you can't catch these live broadcasts, if you don't follow us on social media, well, guess what? You could also sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can go on the website, sign up. We're not going to sell your information to China, Scott. We're not going to do that. We could. We could make a lot of money if we did that, but we don't do that. Sign up. You're not going to get spammed with a bunch of garbage. You are going to get the great articles that Grace Saldana, Alex Caldwell, Summer Lane, and many others that are writing stories that matter to you. That's what it's about. Breaking stories that matter to you, not pumping out garbage or clickbait. We don't do that. Sign up for our newsletter. It's absolutely free. It takes you 2 seconds to do that while you're waiting for President Trump to come on. You still got a little bit of time. Go take advantage of that newsletter. Sign up for it right now.
Yeah, directly to the people. It's a way to get information, Brian, and it's a great way to do it. Yeah. And also with the social media platform, that is something that has really and what was a game changer too as far as politics was when people started using, at the time, Twitter as a platform, and obviously, President Trump was one of the leaders in that, to get the message out, cut out the middleman, go right to the people. That's really where this all started and how it's come to be.
Yeah. Okay, so great crowd here. They're still, believe it or not, they're still allowing people to come in here. Now, it's standing room only.
Yeah.
And when I say a packed house, I've been doing a lot of rallies since the last 4 years, but this is something else tonight. Great stuff here in North Carolina. And if you're just now joining us, Brian Glenn, Scott DeFalco, television personality, actor, joining us for this pre-show. We'll get a little bit, if you missed his opening story, how he kind of got into politics. Many of you watching us probably really got into politics right when President Trump came into office. Now, I was kind of recapping, if you will, Scott.
Yeah.
Outside, you told the story of how you were politically engaged. And I just set it up that a lot of our viewers were never politically engaged. They were agnostic to politics until President Trump came on the scene. Tell your story briefly. You're a television actor. Let's name some of the stuff that you've been involved with.
Yeah, well, it's funny because a lot of people, me being in California for so long, always thought that I was a liberal, and I would just never talk about it. But yeah, I was a conservative, Catholic conservative, born and raised in New Jersey. But yeah, doing the different, projects I have, I was fortunate enough to, work on 4 different soap operas: General Hospital, Young and the Restless. Worked at ESPN Radio, does various films and television appearances, Brian, along with voiceovers, and everywhere in that business. I never knew how polarizing politics are. I usually sit to hear people talk about it, but I was never interested in it. I was never involved in it. So when, again, I told the story about, the first night with the Trump debate, And when I started paying attention, and I think a lot of people went through this, he engaged you. Like I said, like the Michael Jordan and Magic and Bird in the 80s. People started paying attention because he was so polarizing. And what I came to realize is that as I was listening and seeing how he was doing, I was like, oh, wait a second. Wow, that doesn't sound right. Wow, I never knew about that. And my mother, I told you this this morning at breakfast, my mother would always say, Scott, you know, you really should watch the news more. You really should...
But she told you to read the newspaper.
Yeah, she would tell me, yeah, right. She told me to read the newspaper. You should know about this. Your grandfather was so into politics. And I'd be like, no, ESPN.
You were sports.
I was a sports person my whole life. But once I started listening to what was happening, you know, through these debates, I started saying, wait a second, that isn't right. And there were foreign policy things I had no idea about. Quite honestly, to my own ignorance, that I should know as an American. I really, really should. And I didn't know any of these things. And that's when I said, oh, not only do I love this guy, President Trump, and his message, I love his policies. And these policies that the Democrats had were against America. They weren't Americans. They weren't in our best interest. And that's when I really got passionate, Brian.
Yeah, and that's kind of when you started paying attention.
Exactly. And that's when I realized how my friends, how liberal they were. Because then I would have discussions with them, and that's when it got crazy.
Don't you think it's unbelievable how there's so many... And, you know, and I walk around, and if I wear a Trump hat, or if I'm with Marjorie and we're somewhere, I get little snide remarks about Trump, boo Trump, or they'll boo her. I think to myself, what is it in this America First movement that you're so against? What is it? Is it against putting America first? Is it about protecting our borders? Is it about protecting our Constitution? Is it about giving you your God-given rights? Is it about your freedom of speech? Is it about you not getting engaged in foreign policies and foreign wars? Like, protecting human life?
Yeah.
I just don't see the degree of hate towards this America First movement from the left. I just never thought it would exist. So in other words, you're for government control of your life.
Correct.
You're for this open border, this concept of one world order where there's no country, there's no boundaries, there's no border. You're for having zero rights for freedom of speech. You're told what to say and what you cannot say.
Religious freedoms too.
Religious freedoms. That's what they're for, actually. Because if they're against
Brian.
what I'm for, then I can only agree that that's what they're for.
Yeah, it's really scary, isn't it? You know, when you think about it and what they're trying to impose, and slowly how this has been happening, you know, and you see our rights being taken away from us, the banana republic type of behavior, and and we've heard that before. And the interesting thing is about Killer Mike, the rapper. He and he was on the Bill Maher show, or maybe it was The View, I don't remember, but they were asking about his politics. No, it was Bill Maher, because he said to him, "So you're not going to endorse Biden?" And he's like, "Look," he goes, "this is what I will tell people. Don't think of person." He closed his eyes and he said, "Do not think of person, think of policy." And that was his way of saying, I agree with President Trump. I agree with those policies, and I don't like where America's going. We've heard other rappers come out and say it. 50 Cent. We heard Snoop Dogg change his tune on President Trump recently. They get it, Brian. They get even Michael Rappaport come out and said Trump is on the ticket for me. I was shocked at that.
Michael Rappaport is one of the most vicious people on Twitter against conservatives.
Oh my God!
He's attacked me before. He's attacked this network, but I am willing. Michael Rappaport. I actually think the guy is very funny. I enjoy him as
I think he's very talented. I thought he was a very talented actor.
Nothing against his talent. I'm still a fan of his craft, right? But I really appreciate him willing to say, wait a minute, maybe this Biden guy is wrong. Maybe these administration, maybe these policies aren't best for this country. Maybe our stance and support for Hamas and an organization that slaughtered innocent Israeli and kids. The destruction that's going on over there. I can appreciate his willingness to say, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I will vote for President Trump. I can totally, and I hope he sees this. Because
Yeah.
I really, I have respect for what he does
I
as
do
an
too.
actor.
I do
Nothing
too.
against that. Always have. Here's what's really funny about me, and I've said this before. I can separate someone's talent and what they do. To their political. I can
Absolutely.
laugh at a comedian. I can watch an actor. I can listen to a musician that I may not agree with politically, but I can appreciate their craft, their trade.
Yes, I think most of us on the right feel that way.
We feel that way.
We just don't like being personally attacked or being grouped into some, like we're racist, we're misogynist, we're sexist. No, we're not.
Yeah.
No, we're not. We're not that way. And and I think that's been the difference. And it's funny because a lot of people when the election was happening in 2016, I would talk to people, okay, in my Ubers while I was traveling, doing my
I was going to have an Uber conversation. Let's talk about Ubers because we both take quite a bit of Ubers for getting around. Go ahead, continue that thought, and I want to expand on that.
Well, I was just going to say, I would always ask, depending on what part of the country. Now, I love going to Ohio and Florida and North Carolina and all the red states because all my Uber drivers are like, Trump, we love Trump. I'm
Well,
like,
it's not all of them.
No, mine were. I was lucky.
Okay.
Because mine were. And then I'd go to Portland, Seattle, and I was like, certain parts of New Mexico. But the thing that surprised me is I would say to them, even my friends who I had disagreements with, I would say, what is it that, at the time, Hillary Clinton, what is it about Hillary Clinton? Because Trump had a strong message, clear message, border, economy, clear message. I'd say, what is it about her? What policies do you love about her while you're on it? And they'd sit there and they'd say, he just can't win. We
That's
just
it.
hate him. He just can't win. Never once did they ever tell me about the policy. And it's been the same thing with Joe Biden. Never once have they mentioned one thing that they did well or they were going to do well or they might do well or that they wanted to see them in office for. It was always about the hatred of him and not wanting him in there.
Yeah, they're being intellectually dishonest is what
Right.
they're doing with
Yes.
themselves.
Yes.
So my experience with Uber drivers, and I take a lot, the ones in D.C., I always engage with them. They're always, a lot of time, 99% of the time, they're not even from this country. They're
Right.
from Northern Africa, Middle East,
Somalia,
South America, Mexico. But I ask them, they'll say, what do you do for a living? I say, I work in the news. Great. Well, what do you do? I cover President Trump. And I pause and I wait for that reaction.
Right.
I pause. And so I'll get I think we need him back or whatever. Or this country is better off without him. And then I engage in it. For the first time the other day, I had a guy, I said what I did, and he goes, we can't get Joe Biden in the White House. We got to keep him in the White House. And I paused, and I didn't say anything. I just shut my mouth and just went on to the airport. But that is the first time. That was the first time ever that happened to me in an Uber. Normally, they love Trump.
Yes, and my story from the other day, I'm taking an Uber, and they have this thing now where you can click no conversation, which I'm like, this is great, because sometimes I do not want to talk to the Uber driver, and they're talking my head off. So I click that for no conversation. I get into the Uber, it's about maybe a 25-minute drive, and he starts talking about the Trump trials and the indictments, and I go, okay, I'm going to hear this out because I want to see where he goes. So he's talking about Fannie Willis and and Wade and the judgment in New York, and he's going, man, that judgment in New York, Trump, and this election interference stuff, and I'm sitting there waiting. I'm looking out the window. I'm going, if he says to me that he should be indicted or he should go to jail or he should be off the ballot, I am going to enforce that new Uber rule that, hey, bud, I kind of had clicked no conversation, so I was waiting for that. But he goes, but you know what? Man, you know what I was thinking, Scott? And I said, what? He goes, if they're going to do that to him, they're going to do that to me. And I was like, yes.
Yes.
Yes. And he goes, I high-fived him. And he goes, are you on the Trump train? I said, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I drive it half the time, believe me. And we were high-fiving and cheering the whole conversation. And in fact, he might even be watching right now.
He probably is.
He probably is. He looked you up. Started following you, looked up RSB Network. So, Jeremy, if you're watching, I told you I would give a shout out to you and tell the story, and I did. And Trump 2024. So that was a great experience.
That's a good story. All right, let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we talk about the economy and the uncertainty of the markets, and we don't know what's going to happen in the global markets. We don't know what's going to happen on this market. But you want to be safe, and you and I have both worked our entire lives to save and try to retire. I'm not sure I'm ever going to retire because I just like what I do.
Yeah.
But if you want to retire, make sure your money is safe. Go check out our friends at the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the words Trump to 989898 to get that free information kit. They'll send it to you. They'll show you how to convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. It's easy to do. Well, before Trump comes out, do it right now. Just get the information. You don't have to act on it now. Just get the information. Text Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Talk about a great musician here. Kid Rock's on here right now.
Love this song.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to have. And by the way, they just played a Morrissey song with the Smiths.
Yeah, they did.
And apparently the Smiths, Morrissey came out with a statement a couple of months ago and said, please do not play my songs at your rally.
Really?
And I said, please keep your political views about our country. Keep them over in Europe because I don't care what you think about us.
Yeah,
so we'll play your music all you want.
Absolutely.
Which I was a big fan of Morrissey as well back in the day.
I know.
See how we can separate that? I can enjoy the music.
Well, that's the thing. Well, what about, when I saw the tweet, it was funny when Trump put on Truth Social about Taylor Swift, and he was talking about Travis Kelce, and he's like, hey, I love Travis Kelce, and Taylor Swift would love me because I enforced that rule where now people can't steal their music, make millions of dollars. And it's like, he said there saying, I love Travis Kelce. Great player. I love watching him play, you know, even though he's probably a liberal. He probably hates me, but I love him.
That's great. We're going to step aside and let you guys take a look at the crowd as we have a massive crowd inside here this afternoon. Program note. We'll be live, Roanoke, Virginia, later on tonight. Vanessa Broussard, Matthew Alvarez will continue the coverage there. But, Scott, look around this place. I mean, there's not a spot available. Someone might be standing in the popcorn machine here in a few minutes. There's so many people here.
You can't take a step without running into someone. Kind of reminds me of Saturday nights in college, Brian, at our football bar. You couldn't make a move without bumping into somebody.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
Kickoff here is at 2 p.m. for President Trump.
Yep.
Let me check to see if I got any updates on his arrival time. Let's see real quick. We're tracking right now a little after 2 o'clock.
A little after 2 o'clock?
A little after 2 o'clock he'll be here. So we're probably, we're getting close. We're a little after 2 o'clock. Mm-hmm. The start time here in Greensboro. You like that sign right there? Fire Biden.
Fire Biden.
That's taking a page out of the Apprentice playbook. I was a big fan of The Apprentice.
Yeah,
Probably you were as well.
Yeah.
Was one of the only shows I watched, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I wasn't really into reality shows until that one. Now I have to say, I don't want to lose my man card here on my first telecast, Brian. But yeah, I watch a few of the other ones. But the great thing, too, about that, everything was for charity. I mean, he's a giver. You hear all these stories about, how much he's given to charity and, what he's done through that show and personally.
It's interesting. There's clips that have come out that were behind-the-scenes stuff with Trump during The Apprentice, and people saying how generous he was with everything he did. And there was a story about him helping a couple pulled over. They had some car trouble. He helped him out with the car trouble, and people helped him out with the car trouble, got him back on the road, and he did some great gestures for them when they didn't even know it. I mean, the guy is such a thoughtful man.
Yeah.
And I wish I knew a little bit more details about that story. And I don't want to say something that didn't happen. But he is a very generous man. Yeah. And when he will meet people in need and he will help them, and the world doesn't know it, how many people he helps.
Well, I believe it was Richard Grinnell who posted something. It was about maybe a year ago. And it was a video of President Trump. It was pouring rain, swirling rain, and he was going to get on to the plane on Air Force Ones, and two service members were there, and they were covered up, and their hoods had flown off, and they were getting hit with rain, and they would not move. They stayed in position, and he walked over to them, put their hoods on for them, shook their hands, and then got on the plane. So that just goes to show you right there.
Excited. Love that. A lot of familiar faces here. By the way, I saw the great Matt Gaetz is here with his wife Ginger. Saw them walk through.
Didn't expect that.
I didn't expect that. Yeah. I saw I believe Lauren Boebert is. I saw her walk by as well. Didn't expect that as well. But you never know who you're going to see at a Trump rally. I know the ones that he does in Georgia will bring in a lot of hip hop stars and stuff like that. So you'll see a lot of rappers and celebrities that will walk around. I would imagine Vegas would do the same way. There's rumors of a Madison Square Garden rally, which we all know would be absolutely insane.
And why wouldn't New York be in play, Brian? Why wouldn't it? With everything that's gone on the last 4 years, the shutdowns, all the crime. I mean, to me, I even think California is in play a little bit. People might think I'm nuts, but I really do.
It's interesting you say that, Scott, because we'll step out here in front whenever you got us framed up. Okay, we're good to go. When we were out there for the California GOP, it was in Anaheim, California.
Yeah.
Trump spoke there. We later got into the motorcade. We went up to Santa Monica to an ice cream place where he greeted supporters. I was so surprised at the amount. I'm just trying to see what's going through here. I was so surprised at the amount of supporters that was along the streets in Southern California.
Yep.
On the corner of Catella Boulevard and Anaheim Boulevard, I believe. It's right there by Disneyland. There's a bunch of hotels right there, a bunch of commercial stuff. You probably know the area.
Yes, I do, very well.
There might have been 500 people on the street corners waving Trump flags. And Scott, they came up to me and they said, thank you. Thank you for coming, because I feel like as a conservative network and maybe I don't think we represent or we show the support that President Trump has on the West Coast as much as we need to. Those people need to be recognized. And I think as a right side, maybe I need to put together a rally on the West Coast.
Yeah, and we could do that, because I remember every Sunday afternoon from 2 to 4 o'clock in Beverly Hills, they would have rallies, people there singing, hundreds of people there with Trump signs every week. I was shocked. I really was. Then there was a motorcade I would see every day going up and down Ventura Boulevard. I was in Sherman Oaks, half a block from Ventura. Every weekend I would see the motorcade going up and down, beeping their horn. And I said, you know what? This guy could win. I mean, people are loving him even in California. And so I'm saying, why can't we get California and New York and play? Why not?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Congress and how slim the margin we have in Congress and what can we do to get Joe Biden impeached. Scott DeFalco, Brian Glenn, give us a few minutes. We'll come right back. We're live in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The MyPillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, MyPillow 2.0. When I invented MyPillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. MyPillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. MyPillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of MyPillow.
Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
All right, we're back out here live, Greensboro, North Carolina. Brian Glenn joining you on this pre-show as we make our way into President Trump taking the stage a little after 2 o'clock from what I've been told. But as you can see, this is a packed house. I think they're still officially, let me see if they're still letting people in. Yes, they're still having people come in, so it's going to be absolutely packed inside here. We're glad you're joining us. And a little bit later today, Vanessa Broussard, Matthew Alvarez will continue the coverage from Roanoke, Virginia, where they are also facing their Super Tuesday primary coming up next week. So we'll also have some big things happening as far as broadcasts. We have a special broadcast that's going to happen on Monday, so look forward to that. We'll get more details on that. Plus, we have a Super Tuesday coverage as well. I want to talk about our friends over at the Tax Network USA. Look, if you're facing any kind of tax issues, any kind of problems from back taxes, or it doesn't even matter the amount of tax that you owe, they can help you out. Simply contact them. The information for that is on your screen. Tax Network USA have been the leaders in helping people relieve their tax issues. You can do it as simply as contact them, take the anxiety away from owing back taxes. And our friends at Tax Network USA have been a proud sponsor of this broadcast as well. So we certainly appreciate their involvement. The information to get all your questions answered on your screen. At least reach out to them and just know that you have somebody on your side. I'm going to bring Scott in here real quick as we get ready. Let me switch microphones with you. I think we got, there we go. There we go. That was hung up over there. It's a kind of a tight media riser here we have.
It took me that long to get back with the crowd.
Yeah,
Fight my
there's
way
a lot
through.
of people in here.
Yeah,
okay, let's talk about Congress. We just recently, we impeached Mayorkas.
Yep.
It took 2 votes to do it, 2 times to do it.
Yep.
We had Steve Scalise was out on medical leave, treating cancer. Thank God that he's recovering from that.
Yeah, glad he's
His
back.
return, his return was able to give us enough votes to push us over. But we were so tight of a vote because of the way that we not only did we push out George Santos.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, if Republicans had a problem with George Santos, then why don't we let the Republicans in their district vote him out of office? Instead, House Republicans got rid of one of our own. They joined up with Democrats to vote out one of our own. Now, by doing that, they have really, really reduced our margin of majority in the House. And so now that special election has given us a Democrat seat in New York that Santos once held. I don't understand it. Sometimes I feel like we don't know how to win.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny because you see that in sports a lot. You're like, wow, there's so much talent on this team, and you get close, and you get close, and you get into the playoffs, and you have a good record, but you can't get over that hump. There is something to that, Brian, and there's a lot to that, knowing how to win. And that's something that the America First movement, with President Trump's leadership, it has been able to do. But it has not filtered down into Congress yet, and that's where it needs to go. That's why these elections are so important. Having that seat flipped was just, and the way it happened, it's infuriating. It really is. When you're sitting here, and because we're fighting and fighting and fighting, and then that happens because people in our own party aren't fighting as hard.
And they got to understand that whoever controls Congress in January controls the tax codes.
Yep.
So it's imperative that we keep the majority in Congress and we take over the Senate, because if we don't take over the Senate, we don't have the House and the Senate, we can't advance these Trump policies like they should be advanced. So it's so important that we hold our positions. I just don't understand that when we turn on our own. One thing Democrats don't do is Democrats do not go against each other.
No, they don't deviate.
No,
they don't. And you know what? On a certain level, I respect them for that. I really do, because they stick together. And we talked about this a few times today already. If Republicans would just stick together, we could not lose, because there are more of us than them, Brian. You and I have talked about this a lot over the last 4 years since we met. There are way more of us than there are of them. So if we just stick together, and that's what's so frustrating, and that's why that's why they hate politicians. They really do. Because just like Joe Biden did, they say one thing, they get into office, and then they do another. And by that time, everything's ruined.
Well, the Republicans that voted against the impeachment of Mayorkas faced such a backlash from their voters. I mean, tens of thousands of emails and voicemails that were left. So Republicans know that if you don't vote the way your constituents want you to vote, they're going to react to that, not only by reaching out to your legislative offices in your district and also in D.C., but they're going to vote you out of office next time they can do it.
How many people got primaried after they voted to impeach President Trump? All right, you followed that around the country.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people got primaried? And this is what we were talking about earlier, too, when we were outside, and about the MAGA movement and the foundation that it's setting, Brian. And this is something, again, you and I discussed. From here on out, this is this is how the party is going to go. It really is, because this is what the people want, and that's been made loud and clear. So when you get politicians like Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis earlier, who weren't following suit and were just getting in the race because they thought President Trump was going to be taken out. People see that, Brian. They see it now. How do they recover from that? How do the politicians recover from that? Nikki Haley's really got herself in a pickle because she's continuing on. And in order to have success in the future, especially President Trump gets back in office another 4 years, that's going to continue. Okay, this is not going to go away. So she would have to literally endorse him, and people would have to believe that she's endorsing him, which is very, very tough to do right now. So I'll give Ron DeSantis credit with one thing, because you know how I feel about how that all went down. He took himself out when he should have, and we don't know what happened, but we know he called President Trump, and President Trump seems like he was satisfied with the phone call. So that's a step in the right direction for him, but I feel like Nikki Haley's past a point of no return.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think what Nikki Haley's doing right now, quite honestly, is political suicide. It is listening to her consultants, it's listening to her people in her fundraising, it's listening to the donors, and they're going to be highly disappointed. I feel like that we're weeks away from a national, I want my money back.
Right.
I'm disappointed that I dumped money into a Haley presidential campaign. Yeah. And where do I sign up for my refund? Yeah. I feel like that's coming. Now, in terms of DeSantis, I do feel like in a way that he shouldn't have ran in the first place. Yeah. Okay, let's just start there.
Yeah,
but he did.
Yeah.
So now we're faced with where does he go from here? Mm-hmm. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he's termed out as governor in Florida, so he won't return for a re-election of governor. So that opens up.
Okay, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, so that opens. So I don't know where he goes from there. Does he run for Senate? I don't know what he does.
Well, that's what makes it even more mind-boggling why he did this, because all he has to do
Well, this is how consultants get in the heads of these political figures. They tell them, you can do it. You can do it. Come on, run. You can do it. You got the money. You can do it. And quite honestly, they're not in touch with what the people want.
Right.
And they're not in touch with what is, I would say, protocol in a way.
Yeah.
You said it great. If I built you a house and I basically paved the way for you to be in office, and this first moment you get to take me out, you do it.
Yep.
Even after the 2020 election, and we know how that went down.
Yeah.
It shows a lot of lack of character and integrity, and I think that's going to be difficult to overcome. But who else is up on the MAGA bench? Because we said once President Trump, God willing, he serves out 4 years, that you still have the policies. Who is in place to push these policies? Who is in place to continue the policies in this agenda? There's a few of them, and I'm not going to name names right now. I'm not going to do it, but there's a few of them that can do it. But here's another thing I think about, Scott, and I said this last week. Who, other than President Trump, can withstand the lawsuits, the constant attacks, the money to fight the lawsuits, the backbone to stand up and fight these lawsuits?
That's why it is so important, Brian, that right now, who's ever in the Republican Party, endorse this man, stick by his side, support him, because in 4 years, when he's gone, he's going to endorse someone, and it's going to hold all the weight with MAGA Nation. It really is, because we said that this is not going away.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it so frustrating about DeSantis, because we were all fans of him, and he was pushing that movement. He seemed strong. All he had to do was stay patient.
But what's interesting on that, I agree with you on that. I'm going to stop you just for a second, because I've had people tell me in Florida, that live in Florida, not just on the outside of Nebraska, they're told that Ron DeSantis is this great governor, and we go, yeah, he's a great governor. He's a great governor. He likes Trump, right? He's a great governor. But there's people in Florida that will say, pump the brakes on that. And they can list a number of things that he has not done for that state. One of them is insurance. And if you own property along the coast in Florida, you know how high your insurance rates are. That's just one of them.
Yeah, my sister just moved there. Yeah.
So perspective, it's easy for us, because we don't live in Florida, to say, yeah, he's a great governor. But I don't live in Florida. Just like people can say, you love Abbott, right? I support Abbott.
Right.
I definitely support Abbott right now, because he's fighting one of the greatest fights that Texas has seen in a long time. But was I a big supporter of him early on? Not as much. So it's kind of like, it's easy to be good when everything is going great.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like it's easy. It's easy to look like a champion when everything's going great. But when you're faced with adversity, that's when we find out your policies, we find out your spine, your will to fight. Right. That's when we really see it.
And that's what this country was built on, Brian. Yeah. That's what it is all about. And that's a message that President Trump has pushed since he, again, came down the elevator. And when you talk about, think about what this guy has withstood. Think about what he did, okay? He came in basically off the street, knocked out 17 seasoned politicians that have been in politics their whole life, and then defeated arguably the most powerful political family this country's ever seen besides the Kennedys, and became president of the United States. Who could do that? And so to your point, who is strong enough to be able to withstand everything he did, everything that the Democrats will throw, that we now know they will throw at you, to be able to become that next leader?
In the media. All right, let's talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. Talk about adversity. My goodness. Facing a crisis, like a health crisis, a pandemic, another virus, an outbreak of whatever it is, you got to make sure that you're safe and you're protected. Our friends at the Wellness Company have just a perfect kit for that. The information for this wellness kit is on your screen. You've got to have the medicine to stay alive. And what has happened is when something hits, all of a sudden it's all banned. You can't get ivermectin. You can't get hydroxychloroquine. You can't get these things. Well, guess what? This wellness kit is a perfect way to stay protected for you and your family. Keep one at your home. I said this earlier. If you travel for a living, you travel a bunch.
Yeah.
I travel a bunch. you got to get the wellness kit and have it on you at all times. And so information for that is on your screen. Thanks to our great Dr. Peter McAuliffe and his team of doctors have developed this wellness kit to protect you and your family in case any pandemic happens. It's got it all there, from the common cold to the coronavirus. It's all right there, the wellness company. You got to stay protected.
Yeah, you have to, Brian. What a great thing, right?
Yeah, well,
what a great thing.
I remember when COVID hit, and I was living in D.C. after the election.
Yep.
And I came down with COVID, and so I called a good friend of mine who's a frontline doctor, who was one of the guys in the very, very, very beginning down there in Houston, with a group of doctors that was advocating hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And they kept saying, "Oh, you mean the horse tranquilizer? Oh, you're gonna take the horse tranquilizer? Oh, yeah, funny guy there." Well, guess what? It saves lives.
Yeah.
And so, all of this is in that wellness kit. By the way, you got to get it. But it's amazing what the media, our government, will do to hide the truth. There was things that could solve and take care and save lives after COVID. But they did not want you to talk about that. They wanted to shut down this country. And that was by the direction of Anthony Fauci. Do not let him tell you that. There is absolute proof, March of 2020, that he suggested to President Trump to shut down this country. And that's the guidance. Of course, President Trump at the time is listening to his experts in place.
Well, he also told them not to shut down travel from other countries, which President Trump didn't listen to.
Right.
Fortunately.
And don't you love that when President Trump said, we're going to ban travel from China?
Yeah.
Right. And everyone called him xenophobic?
Yeah.
Like, why? Like, you can't
I remember those press conferences, Brian. It was awful. And like everything else, there have been so many things. He was right. And we talk about leadership. We were talking about that outside earlier, and about what people are telling you to do and what you know what to do and what the right thing is to do. And I don't remember any decision that he made on his own that was against the popular, consensus or whatever, that wasn't right. That ended up not helping our country. So that is a leader right there, Brian.
It's a leader right there.
Yeah, it's a leader.
We're glad you're here. We're going to step aside, let you see everything. Scott DeFalco, Brian Glenn, we're live here in a sold-out, packed house, North Carolina. Glad you're with us. Don't forget to follow us on social media at Brian Glenn TV. We can do that. Also, across the board on X, Facebook, Instagram. We've got a great camera shot. Well, actually, camera 2's got that shot, so don't worry about that. I'd go back that way. Let me step aside. Let's see if we can get a good shot of the crowd here. We'll let this play out. So when you see on social media, when someone says, when a few people might leave before the end of the rally, and that's usually what happens, when they say, "Oh, there was nobody in Greensboro, there's nobody at that Trump rally," we're showing you right now that I don't think you can put, even though they're still letting people in, I believe. No, you know what? There's still people outside in line. I'm getting reports there's still people outside in line right now.
Wow.
That
just filled up. Just in our last segment, Brian, that whole back wall has filled up to capacity. In fact, there were people here when we came in to set up at 7:30 this morning. There were people here waiting online, not just waiting online, excited, energetic to see the president speak today and to be here. Because this is like, you know what this reminds me of? I used to fly home every fall to be with my New York Yankee fans during the World Series. And it's just great being around other people that love what you love and, push America first.
Well, you picked the right rally to go to. Because
yes, I did.
And of course, you got a picture of the front row Joes up front. I know we got a good shot on that. Camera 1's got a good shot of the front row Joes up front. These guys go to every rally. The front row Joes have been around since almost day one.
Are those the ladies from North Carolina?
No, they are here. The ladies
are here? Okay.
But the front row Joes are, they're in the 47 shirts up front, and they're sprinkled around the crowd as well. But that is definitely, it's good to see them here. They don't typically miss a single rally, which, by the way, I'm not sure if it's been announced yet, but there's another rally coming up I believe even next weekend. So we'll stay tuned for that. I want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Company. We talked about the financial, your wellness, and your protecting up your family, making sure that you're protected. Our friends at the Birch Gold Group want to help protect you and your savings. Just text the word Trump right now to 989898 and get that free information kit to protect you and your family and your savings that you've worked so hard to save. And historically, gold, silver, precious metals has done really, really well in terms of fighting off, sudden changes in the market. It is historically a very safe place to put your money. Our friends at the Birch Gold Group are the experts. Reach out to them right now. It's super easy. Text the words Trump to 989898, and that is the Birch Gold Group. 1:53 coming up towards the top of the hour.
It's getting close, Brian.
Getting kind of close.
You can feel the buzz.
I can feel the buzz, actually. And we got a good look at it. James got a good look at the optics. Let's talk about the optics for a second. When you look at these flags that are lit up in the back, once again, Scott, I challenge you to go to any type of Democrat-based event. I don't care. You can fill in the blank. I don't care who it is. You do not see the optics that you see at here. You don't see the love of country that you hear at a Trump rally.
The patriotism, Brian, it's just oozing. It really is. The colors, the flags, the hats, the people just, together and just all loving this country. And now we got Johnny Cash. I mean, what more could you ask for?
When this song comes on, it's kind of funny. It's like you can't help but love the energy. As it came on, I watched a lot of people get up out of their seat and start dancing. So it's pretty funny. But that's what a Trump rally is. And as someone in the media will tell you, there's nothing like. I mean, I talked to a couple of journalists yesterday about this. I said, what is it like covering a Democrat convention or even any kind of like convention, speech, whatever? And they said, Brian, honestly, it's a snooze fest.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
The energy, they're not the fans that go, I say fans, I call that loosely, people who attend one of these, Democrat, leftist, socialist-based speeches or conventions, they're not energetic.
No.
They're energetic about destroying our country, not about saving it.
Yeah, they're passionate about that. Yeah.
But you don't see this level of enthusiasm on the Democrat side.
Donald Trump knows how to put on a show. That's all.
He's a showman.
He is. I mean, he's just the way he does it. I watched special on Netflix, about Donald Trump and his rise over the years, and I swear to God, he was not one bit different back then than he is now. I mean, he had the same flair, the same charisma, the same policies. We heard him talk about, things in politics and how we were getting, stiffed by China and our partners and everything. Same rhetoric, Brian, 30 years ago. It really, really was. So, he knows how to present. He is a branding, marketing genius. He really is. And his brand of Trump, we heard about this in the trials. All of his value did not even include that. So that's what makes that New York judgment even more ridiculous than it already is.
Isn't that ridiculous when you look at that? I mean, I'll be at Mar-a-Lago tomorrow getting ready to go into a couple special broadcasts. Every time I walk on those grounds, I just ask myself, how in the world can someone think this is only worth $18 million?
The driveway's worth $18 million, Brian. I mean, come on. I've driven in there before. I didn't go in. I drove in and out. But yeah,
the flowers inside are worth $18 million.
It might be.
What a load of crap that whole lawsuit was. I mean, you have a situation where the banks even said we would do these loans again based upon the information that was provided to us.
He's a whale of a client.
Yes, he is. And then you started. Did you notice this though, Scott? After this verdict, other like Grant Cardone and some other real estate, social media like influencers stepped out and said, "Wait a minute, like what in the hell's going on here?" this is something that goes on every single day across this country if you're in real estate. And to think for just a second that what happened is not completely legal. I mean, people, here's the estimate of my value. This is what we estimated at. You negotiate it. You do the loan. It happens every day.
And the banks are diligent. Mr. Wonderful from the Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary, spoke about this on CNN. I saw the soundbite. He said, look, if you're going to do that to him, you better arrest and go after every single real estate developer that's ever lived, because this is how it works.
That's exactly how he said it, by the way.
Yes, and you give you an evaluation. The banks are so diligent about this. They come back and say, no, it's worth this. Okay, we got a deal. Done.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
And
That's all he did.
And he's threatened to pull. Like, he's like, I'm not going to invest in New York anymore.
Of course not.
Like, who would?
They're fleeing New York.
Yeah,
they're fleeing the war.
And it's going to hurt. And, people, look, when Trump talks about business and America first, that helps all of these people, not just the elite, not just the rich. And that's what the left does, though, Scott. They try to paint all of us as like, oh, Trump's only for the top 1% in the country. Really? Are all these people the top 1%?
No. This is, and someone said it today, what do you love most about Trump? He's for the middle class. You hear it over and over and over again. He's not for the elite. He's for everybody. Okay, it's for everybody. It's like when they asked him, do you want Ukraine to win the war? When he did the CNN town hall, which, by the way, was the highest rated show in years.
Yeah.
Okay, what a shocker there, too. She said, who do you want to win the war? He said, I want people to stop dying. Okay, I don't want anyone to win the war. I want people to stop dying. He is for everyone, Brian. People get that, and that's why you see the turnout that you have. And it's not just now. This has been for the last 8 years that the guy's gone out and done things. It is like nothing I have ever seen before. The love for this man and the love he has for our country is unlike anything I've ever seen, and I'm sure you feel the same.
No, I'm with you on that. I don't understand it. When you take a look at, like, the stance on the war. Like, why is the Democrats so obsessed with war now? Think about that. What didn't the old school Democrats back in the day when you and I were in college? They were the anti-war people.
Anti-war,
and they blamed Republicans for being the neocons and the military-industrial complex, which still exists, by the way, from the Republican and the Democrat side. But it's become such an obsession by Democrats on the war. Why can't we find a solution to end this war? Why does it have to be pouring billions of dollars into a very corrupt country? Did you know before this war even started that Ukraine was in the top 5 most corrupt countries in the world? Not down in Africa and Northern Africa, not from the Far East somewhere. Ukraine.
Yes.
Most corrupt country. And so we're just, and it's a conveyor belt of money continually that these people right here are paying for.
That's right. We're all paying for it. And, it's really unbelievable because when you think about when he had the phone call with Zelensky, he was asking to look into the corruption because it was obvious to everyone. Everyone knew this, Brian.
Yeah.
It's no secret.
Yeah, let's step aside real quick as we get a good shot of this crowd as we get ready for remarks here. It's 2 o'clock. So if I'm guessing here, we're probably within a window of 15 minutes before President Trump will be walking out. But to your point, I don't know what's happened to the Democratic Party. It has been hijacked by many on the left. That's exactly what has happened. The progressive left has pulled them so far to the left that many of Americans can't identify with the Democrat Party, but then they find themselves in a position where they've been lied to by the media about President Trump, so they find a difficult time supporting Trump because they've been lied to by the media, but at the same time they don't identify with the Democrats anymore. So they're in a really interesting area. But like you said earlier, if they just look at policy and what's best for this country, clearly there's only one party that stands for that.
Only one, Brian, and I'm going to quote Killer Mike again. Think of not the person, think of the policy. And there is no decision to be made when you look at it like that, because the policies that President Trump implemented made our country better. People, you want to know the thing that, going back to the Uber driver story, the thing he said to me was, he said, you know what I say to people when I talk to them about this? Because he used to be a Democrat. He's from New York. Okay, and he moved down to North Carolina. Now he's a Republican because of Trump. And he said, I say to them, do you have more money in your pocket when he was in office than you do now? Yup. Were we safer when he was in office than now? Yup. Did you feel like the country was on a better path when he was there than when Biden's been it up? Yup. He goes, okay, well, there's your answer right there.
Yeah, that's it. So there's your answer.
That's simple.
Now, you may not like the answer because you have been lied to so many times. And it's interesting because I spend a lot of my time watching CNN and MSNBC. I do. I watch a lot of CNN and MSNBC.
Oh, you're a better man than me.
But you know what? I'm amazed as the obsession. Someone who's been in television for a long time, and so as well as you. This is ratings. If there was no Trump, they would have no ratings because there's nothing else to talk about.
Right.
They don't want to talk about the real issues going on in this country. They don't want to talk about the border. They don't want to talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about the foreign wars. They don't want to talk about the struggle that Americans have. They just want to talk about Trump.
Their programming from their first segment to the last is a Trump bashing. That's it. That's all they do. They bring people on that are not going to speak favorably of him, of his policies, of anything that's going on, who are going to call him a criminal and all these fake indictments, phony indictments, which is pure election interference. Never would these be being brought up, Brian, if he wasn't running for president. They would not exist. He'd be off at Mar-a-Lago living a great life playing golf.
You know, he often talks about that if he wasn't running, these would all go away.
Of course they would.
But of course they would. But
yeah, and the joke is that they say we want to face him. We can beat Trump. We could. All this rhetoric that Nikki Haley's saying. Oh well, you know, no one wants to see the Biden and Trump. Well, clearly they do, and President Trump can't be. That is the biggest load of you know what. Because if they wanted to face him, they wouldn't be trying to keep him off the ballot. It is the biggest joke in the world that people actually think that.
But let me tell you what's really coming up, and this kind of made the rounds last week. We are now going into this Russia collusion 2.0. They are going to try to convince the American people that sympathizers, Russian sympathizers, like Tucker Carlson, I'll give you a great example, like Tucker Carlson, like anyone who basically doesn't defend Ukraine, anybody that says, wait, why are we in Ukraine? You become a Russian sympathizer. They're going to blame this election, and God willing, President Trump win, they're going to say it was Russian collusion, Russian interference, Russian sympathizers. Let me tell you something. Who does Putin want in the White House? Not Trump.
Not Trump.
So why in the hell would they collude on an election to help Trump win when, in fact, Putin does not want President Trump to be the leader? Because President Trump stood up to him.
Of course.
All Joe Biden does is give him is lay down for him.
Nobody was tougher on Russia than President Trump, Brian. He took away the pipeline. Do you know why there's a war in Ukraine? Because Joe Biden gave the pipeline back to Russia. And do you know why there was an attack in Israel? Because we gave Iran. Iran was they had nothing. They were going broke. They were a week away from doing a deal. They had no part. Now all that money that we have given them. Okay, the billions are being used to fund this war. Yeah. And it is frustrating, and the people see that now, and it's got to stop.
Yeah, and when you want to look at the impeachment of Joe Biden and the corruption that has been the Biden crime family, the SR-22s or the suspicious activity reports is what I'm going on. Those SARS reports, I should say, the SARS reports that connect all of these shell companies. So with all this money flowing into these shell companies, they get created, money flows out to the Biden family, then the shell companies close down and then reopen some new ones. That is what the suspicious activities reports have shown. We have bank records for all of this.
All of it.
I'm calling for a whip check next week in Congress, a whip check, because if we had congressional leaders forced to vote on whether or not they want to look into impeachment of Joe Biden, and I guarantee you this, people that say, you know what, Brian, we're not ready for that. We're not ready for that. We don't have enough evidence. That's a bunch of bull crap. And you and I both know that's a bunch of bull crap. There's so much evidence. So you saw what happened with Mayorkas. The ones that voted against impeaching Mayorkas, one of them's retiring. The other one's going to get primaried like you know what. And the other, they're dropping out. They're basically dropping out. They know they're going to get beat. If you do the same thing with Joe Biden, if you force members of Congress to go on record and put their name on a yes or a no, whether or not to look into, it's called an inquiry, an impeachment inquiry, on Joe Biden, I'm telling you right now, Scott, that will filter out everybody that you need to get rid of Congress, and that's how you turn this country around.
Yeah, you expose them.
You
expose them, Brian. I mean, that's the only thing that gets their attention. And going back to your Russia point, which I think is funny, I don't know if you heard this, but John Solomon had reported last night about new findings from 2010 to 2014, talking about corruption, that Hunter Biden and his business associates were going to Russian czars, 4 different Russian czars, to extort billions of dollars from Vladimir Putin. They were on the path to doing this, but then Putin invaded Crimea. And so it got stopped, and then it got pushed. Fast forward, and that's how Burisma happened.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happened.
Yes.
And remember the perfect phone call? I mean, it was all like,
Yeah.
I mean, think about this for a second. Democrats, and I give Nancy Pelosi a little bit of credit. As much as I can't stand her, she can rally the Democrats behind a single issue. I say the fast track to impeachment for dummies. That's what she did for President Trump. She didn't go through the correct protocol. She fast tracked that through, got him impeached once and twice. And of course, Republicans, we seem to clutch our pearls, Scott. We've got to go through the proper channels. We've got to do what's right, which I agree to a certain extent.
Right.
But let me tell you something. The way they've weaponized this government against this president, the way they have weaponize the government against J6ers. So this is the first time we even talked about J6 today. The people they are arresting on a daily basis for simply just walking on the grounds. Yeah. I'm not talking about inside. I'm talking about on grounds. Yes. Is ridiculous. So the way that the FBI, the DOJ has weaponized their power for political gain, I say the hell with it. I say you got to put this impeachment vote on Joe Biden on the floor. Yes. And I want to do what they did to us. They did this Hollywood-style January 6th commission, this whole production of literally Hollywood, like literally people from Hollywood to do it. And then all of a sudden, I don't know, they deleted a lot of the information that they got. They deleted it. What a joke. What an absolute joke.
Funny how things always go missing, Brian.
Always go missing.
Always the 33,000 emails. I can't walk through a grocery store without being on camera, but nobody knows where the cocaine in the White House came from.
Yeah, we don't know where that's at.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
So,
and I can't walk anywhere where I'm not on camera.
So you can't do that. So what I want to see, Scott, is I want to see a real January 6th hearing with the real footage that shows doors opening up, a welcoming committee from the Capitol Police. I will say this, and you can call me a conspiracy theorist, you can call me a nut job, you can make me a tinfoil hat, and I'll put it on right now. I know what I saw on January 6th. I was there with our cameras. We were live streaming it as we did the entire day with the earlier speech at the Ellipse. I'm telling you right now, there were members of Antifa there on the front lines, dressed in black, with body armor, headgear, eye protection, glove, pickaxe, hammers. You name the weapons, they had it on them. The last time I went to a Trump rally, do you see that around the crowd here?
Nothing.
Do you see any body armor in the crowd here? Patriots. Do you see any hammers or gloves or facial shields? Do you see anything in the great? No, you don't. You know why? Because that wasn't Trump supporters up on the front line. Let's turn our attention to the stage.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Oh, hello, Greensboro. Hello, Greensboro. I'm thrilled to be back in beautiful North Carolina with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are, American patriots. We need a lot of patriots in this country based on the way we're doing. We need some patriots. Over the past few weeks, we've been on a rocket to the Republican nomination. It's been a rocket. I didn't win Iowa, you won Iowa. We all won Iowa together in a record. We won it in a record, double the previous record. That's not bad. New Hampshire, in a record, double the previous record. We actually got more votes than anybody in the history of the New Hampshire primary. That's pretty good. We just won Nevada, and we got 98% of the votes. Sorry about the 2%. We had an off day. We were missing 2%. The Virgin Islands, we won unanimously. Thank you, Virgin Islands. Beautiful place. Go to the Virgin Islands sometime. And 1 week ago, we won South Carolina, beating a certain governor by unprecedented numbers and getting double the number of votes of any previous candidate in the history of South Carolina. How about that? And as you know, today we have two contests. We have Missouri and we have the remainder of Michigan. And I will tell you in advance what just happened, because we just found out as I was coming up. Looks like we're winning 100% of both. 100%. 100%. Can't we do better than that? And that adds on to last Tuesday's Michigan primary win, which was won with almost 77% of the vote, I think, 77%, something like that. Next up is Super Tuesday. That's on Tuesday, March 5th. That's in 3 days from now. And it's time for the great state of North Carolina. Don't forget, my granddaughter is named Carolina, okay? It's very important. We need each and every one of you to get the patriots from your family, your friends, everybody, get them out and turn them out to vote in record numbers, because we have to show what's happening on November 5th. That's when we have to get the worst president in the history of our country the hell out of office. The worst, the most corrupt. With your help, we will win big on Super Tuesday. And this November, North Carolina is going to tell crooked Joe Biden, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Get out. Boom. Get out. You're fired, Joe. You've done a horrible job. You have done the worst job of any president in history. Get the hell out, Joe. And among my first actions upon taking office will be to do a thing that sort of sounds like common sense, wouldn't you say? Not conservative, not progressive, not liberal. They don't like using liberal anymore, you know that, so let's call them liberal. A thing that I think probably works for the most of the people in this room: seal the border and stop the invasion of our country. 2 days ago, I was with Governor Greg Abbott at the Texas border. He's doing a good job to witness the total devastation that crooked Joe Biden has unleashed. Our border is an open and gushing wound. It's pouring drugs, gangs, terrorists, and millions of illegal aliens into our country. Yet crooked Joe is fighting the state of Texas to stop them from defending our border. They're actually cutting the wire fences so that thousands and thousands of migrants can pour in. But as fast as they cut them, Texas seals them up. It's pretty good. We love Texas. Don't we like Texas now? Well, now we have to do the same thing in Arizona, where the governor's doing nothing. And Gavin Newsom, the new scum, the governor of California, sort of governor, because they don't do much. I'll tell you, it's a shame what's happening to that beautiful place. But they're pouring into California, they're pouring into Arizona, as you know. But Texas has done a great job. And they have to stop, because the people of Arizona don't want it. The people of California don't want it. They don't want it. When I'm president, instead of trying to send Texas a restraining order, I will send them reinforcements. 3 years ago, we had the safest and most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release. You know, we had catch and release, right? We'd release them into our country. Now we actually still have catch and release, but we release them in Mexico. Okay, is that better? That's what we had, but they gave it up. We built 571 miles of border wall. We got Mexico to send us 28,000 free of charge soldiers to secure our border. I said, you gotta give us our soldiers. They said, no way. I said, way, you gotta give us our soldiers. And they did while we were building the wall. We had the best border. Think of it. 3 years ago, we had the safest border in the history of our country. Today, we have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this. We had remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from Mexico? Mr. President, we'd like to have, millions of people remain in Mexico. That's not that easy. We had it. Safe third agreements, asylum bans, Title 42, and we had a thing called rapid removal. You know what that means, right? We had rapid removal. If you broke in, we caught you, we detained you, and we deported you immediately, just like clockwork. That's what happened. We had the best border in history. But let there be no doubt, this is Joe Biden's invasion. I'm not even sure it's him. I don't know. I'm not even sure he knows what the hell's happening. I think it's the people that surround him. They surround that gorgeous, the Resolute desk. You pick one of 7 desks. When you become president, someday there'll be people in here, that young man right over there, I think he's got, maybe in particular, the beautiful young woman right there. She'll be president. We'll have a woman president before then. You know what? If they cheat on the election, it might be Kamala. I don't think that's too good. I don't think that's too good. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Wow, what a thought. We better work harder and harder. We got enough problems with this guy. The very first bill that Crooked Joe sent to Congress was a bill to turn illegal aliens into voting citizens. Now he's pushing another mass amnesty plan while calling it border security. He calls it border security. Did you see look, he hasn't been to the border in many years, but he hasn't been during his presidency. And then I quietly announced I was going to the border, doing a show. Sean Hannity, good man, Sean Hannity, I have to tell you. We like Sean Hannity. And we did the show, and we had a side-by-side. He went to an area where there's no problem because of Texas and us. But he went to and I went to an area where there was a big problem, very big problem. But he went, and he hasn't been there until he heard that I was going, and then he went, and he wasn't looking too sharp. He wasn't. They couldn't find, where do I stand? He goes, where do I stand? Your marker's over there, sir. Oh, where? I don't see it. Where is it? I don't see it. This is the worst. This guy should not be president, but we know that. These women from North Carolina, this is number 116. I don't know where the hell their husbands are. Where are they today? Oh, they're here. Would their husbands please stand up? These guys deserve a medal. Hi, Phil. Nice looking husbands. They're the most, they follow me all over the place. I could go to China and they might follow me. They might not. I don't know. You're looking beautiful. Thank you. Isn't it nice to be in North Carolina where you don't have to travel? So, how far away is this from where you live? 2 hours. That's not bad. That beats going to California, right? Thank you very much. No, they're unbelievable patriots, and they do. Oh, look, we have front row Joes right here talking about travel. They may have your record beat. I'm not sure. Well, we love front row Joes, and they're at a lot of rallies, I want to tell you that. And we're having a good time, but we're really having a good time in a bad time because our country has never been worse, and we're going to straighten it out. We're going to make it great again, and we're going to do it fast. But thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Great patriots. The bill Joe Biden once passed would give him unlimited power to grant asylum to millions and millions of illegals. In other words, it's an automatic path to citizenship for all of the Biden newcomers. You know they call them newcomers now. Have you heard? Matt Gaetz, have you heard the new name? They call illegal aliens newcomers. No, you don't like that. Matt doesn't like it. Lauren, no. No, they're new. No, this happened yesterday. They're saying the newcomers, oh boy. We're going to win by the biggest margins, I think, in history. We have to. Got to watch the cheating. Watch the cheating. But we have a man who's going to watch the cheating, and he's going to be introduced. And I heard him speaking a little while ago, and he happens to come from a place called North Carolina. You know who I'm talking about. He's going to be the head of the Republican Party. He's going to be great. And when I watched Pennsylvania go, whoa, we're winning. 73% of the vote in. We were winning by 800,000 votes or so. All of a sudden, boom, another one, boom. Georgia, boom. North Carolina was it was a beautiful thing. What happened at that last election is a disgrace, and we're not going to let it happen again. We're not going to let it happen again. You ever notice that they go after The people that want to find out where the cheating was, and by the way, 82% of the country understands that it was a rigged election, okay? You can't have a country with that. A poll came out, 82%, but they go after the people. They don't go after the people that rigged the election. They go after the people they're looking for the people that rigged the election, and that's the people they go after. They got away with something, they're never gonna get away with it again. Look what they've done to the country. Look at the damage. I always say you could take the 10 worst presidents in history, add them up, and they will not have done the damage that this guy's done. What he's done to our country is horrible. And there's more spirit now than we've ever had in one or two. You know, we did much better the second time. I hate to say it. We got millions and millions of more people the second time. The spirit was unbelievable. First and second. 2016 was an amazing time. 2020, we did much better, getting millions of more votes. I was told if we got the same thing, we couldn't lose. We got millions of more votes, you know that. But we're going to get, this time, spirit-wise, I was asking my people backstage, who were there for both of them. I said, which was the best? They said, this is blowing both of them away. So we got to swamp them, all right? We got to swamp them. This is the opposite of the swamp that we talk. This is a positive swamping. The Biden border bill would turbocharge the invasion, the continued invasion of our country, and therefore his plan would totally demolish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, health care, and all public education. It's a disaster what he's taking this country down. But we won't let him destroy Social Security. I will not let him crash Medicare. It's going to crash. I will not let him turn our public schools into migrant camps, which they're doing. You ever see the parks of our cities? They're migrant camps. And I'll not let him turn the USA into a crime-filled, disease-ridden dumping ground, which is what they're doing. They're dumping. Everybody is being dumped into the United States of America. Every day, Joe Biden is giving aid and comfort to the foreign enemies of the United States. He's actually giving aid, and they don't respect us anymore as a country. 3 years ago, we were more respected than ever before, and now they have no respect for us whatsoever. And Putin yesterday is talking about nuclear. Did you hear that, right? Nuclear. He wouldn't be talking about nuclear if I were here. He wouldn't be talking about it. Biden's conduct on our border is by any definition a conspiracy to overthrow the United States of America. You know, he talks about democracy. He is a danger to democracy. He is. Number one, he goes after his political opponent, which nobody's ever done in this country. They do it in third world countries very well. They do it. But they're not going to succeed with us. They're not going to succeed. It's making us stronger. It's making us stronger. Biden and his accomplices want to collapse the American system, nullify the will of the actual American voters, and establish a new base of power that gives them control for generations. I don't know. Do you think he really thinks in terms of generations? I don't think so. I don't know. He's got a lot of bad fascists around him, though. That's what they like. They have a perfect president. He'll do whatever they tell him to do. But Crooked Joe will not succeed with these plans, and he will not get away with these crimes. He'll be tried at the ballot box this November, and he will be judged and convicted by the American people. Right? Under Biden, we now have a brand new category of crime. It's called migrant crime. We have migrant crime. We have criminals that are going around having boxing matches with our police officers. Nobody's ever seen it before, nobody. We have tough people coming in, and you know that. And they're coming in from jails and prisons. They're emptying out all over the world. Last night, they had 4 people coming in from the Congo. Where do you live in the Congo? What avenue do you live? Oh, we come from a prison in the Congo. The Congo, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from Asia, they're coming from all over South America, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from China. 29,000 people in the last 3 months from China. They all happen to be of the age from 18 to 25. What the hell is going on with that? That's called military fighting age, right? That's called prime fighting age. Dana White of the USC says, I like fighters from 18 to 25. That's what's coming in from China, 18 to 25. Last week, a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia, Laken Riley. I spoke to her parents, the most magnificent people, devastated. And I mean, honestly, I hope they don't hear me say it. They can never be the same. They can never be the same. She was barbarically attacked while she was out on her morning run. She ran to keep herself in great shape. She was a nursing student, the #1 best. She's just brutally, you read about it, it's a big story now. She was brutally assaulted, horrifically beaten, kidnapped, and savagely murdered. Almost beyond recognition. Can you imagine this? The monster charged in her death is an illegal alien migrant who was led into the country and released into our communities by crooked Joe Biden. We had him locked out. It was very hard to get into our country 3 years ago. Now, it's real easy. It's real easy. We mourn her terrible loss, and we send our love to Laken's family, and they are incredible people, I can tell you that. In Texas a few weeks ago, another illegal alien animal was charged with sadistically murdering a 16-year-old Texas high school cheerleader. Beautiful, beautiful young woman, stabbing her to death in her home, dumping her body in the bathtub to be discovered 2 hours later by her mother. And last Sunday in Louisiana, a savage Biden migrant criminal was charged for raping a 14-year-old girl by holding a knife to her throat before going on to repeatedly stab a local man in the face, all over his face and his back, while robbing him as he was getting out of his car. This Biden migrant was arrested while standing in the middle of the street, drenched in blood, and it was the blood of his victim. Not one more innocent American life should be lost to migrant crime. Got to stop it. It's a new category, migrant crime. We call it Biden migrant crime, but it's too long, so we call it migrant crime. I came up with that name because I come up with a lot of good names, don't I? But you know, it's migrant crime. It's a whole new category of crime, and it's probably going to be more vicious than anything we've seen. These are vicious people. They're from jails. Many of them are from jails. Many of them are from mental institutions. This is what they're dumping into the United States. And I know the people, the leaders of most of these countries. I know them, and they're very streetwise. They're very wise. They can't believe Biden's the president. They can't even believe it. And they're taking advantage of our country. They want to clean out their jails. Jails all over the world, you take a look at their prison population, it's way down because they've taken people out of those jails and they've dumped them into our country. They've taken people out of their mental institutions and insane asylums. You know what that is? Somebody said, what's the difference? I said, insane asylum is like mental institution on steroids. That's Silence of the Lambs. Did you ever hear of a fine gentleman named Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal Lecter. Does anybody know the name? Please raise your hand. Yes. Well, that's what they have in insane asylums, and they're dumping them into a community near you. Lots of luck. This is not good. This is not good. That's why a central question in this election is whether the foreign armies Joe Biden has smuggled across our border will be allowed to stay, or whether they will be told to get the hell out of here and go back home. We'll take them back home. Take them back home. In Venezuela, did you just see Maduro? Venezuela, it's unbelievable. Venezuela comes out and said, we're dumping all our criminals into the United States. But the second part, we're never taking them back. Don't ever bring them back. They're not going to tell me that. They're not going to tell me that. We brought MS-13 back by the thousands. By the thousands. They said, we're not taking them back. You know what Biden said? Oh, they're not taking them back. Oh. The guy can't find his way off a stage. Stairs all over his stage. You've heard this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you could jump off the front if you have to. And he'll find the only place on a stage where there's no stair. If Joe Biden's illegal alien migrants do not go back to their countries, we will never get our country back. But we're going to take them back because they're not going to go back. We're going to take them back. Fast. It's going to happen quickly. Local police. You know, the local police know every one of them. Somebody said, how are you going to do that? It's not a Washington thing. It's the local police. First of all, we're giving our policemen immunity from prosecution because when they stop crime, they get prosecuted. They take away their house, their pension, their family. They lose their wife or husband. On day one of my administration, I will terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration, and we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history because we have no choice. We have no choice. And it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We will stop them. They are bad people. They use weaponization of Justice Department. Let's go after my political opponent because I can't speak. I can't communicate. I can't debate. I can't stand in a location that they tell me. I keep falling down when I walk up a flight of stairs. That's why they're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference where Joe Biden goes after his political opponent. He should drop all charges against me. You know, every one of these 91 counts, they're not 91 counts. They're not legit. They're Biden counts. He worked with Fani, even though it's spelled Fanny, F-A-N-I, Fani. How about that one? How about that one with her lover? Nathan Wade, her lover. Let's go get Trump. Because if they go after Trump, they can pay him more money. And then she can take beautiful trips on the sea, beautiful trips to foreign islands. Her and her lover, they have such a good time. The guy got paid almost $1 million and he never did it before. But he did the other thing before that he did with Fani. He did plenty of that. That's what he's good at, I guess. And this was before, long before, so they cooked up these charges early. They said, let's get a high-level individual so we can charge the state more money. That's what happened. Oh, and then when they get caught, she said, oh, well, I paid him back. Oh, how? In cash. I gave him cash. Really? She didn't give him cash. By the way, if she gave him cash, that's even worse, because where the hell did she get the cash, right? I paid her back, because if she didn't pay him back, she committed a big crime because she got money that she gave through the state. So she said she paid him back. She didn't do it. That charge should be dropped. They should all be dropped. And they worked closely with the Department of Justice. You know, he went there for 2 8-hour visits and then numerous other visits. But he was there, in there, all day long in the White House counsel. This was a scheme of the White House. The Manhattan DA, he took his number one guy, and put him into the Manhattan DA's office. Does Matt Gaetz know that? He put his number one guy into the Manhattan DA's office. That's not the Manhattan DA. That's all being run by the Department of Justice for election interference. Knock out your political opponent. It ain't working. The one thing they didn't know is the people of our country hear about it from me. Most people don't talk about it. When this happens to most people, these kind of things, if they're politicians, they walk up to a microphone and they say, ladies and gentlemen, I will fight for my name and reputation, but right now I'm going back to my family, and you never hear it. With me, we don't do that. We tell you what it's all about. And our poll numbers have skyrocketed. I never heard about being indicted before. Being indicted, me? I went to the Wharton School of Finance. I was really good. I did all these things, then they indicted. And it was all like in this little short period of time. I got indicted over a tiny little period of time in my life, tiny little period, 4 times. That's more than Al Capone, that's more than Alphonse. Did you know who Alphonse Capone is? He was the meanest guy. He was a very volatile mobster in Chicago, affectionately known as Scarface. He was a very nice man. He was not, if he didn't like you at dinner, if he thought you were smiling in a mocking way, you were dead. He got indicted less than I did. He killed lots of people. He killed them just for sport. No, but the people understand it because I can talk about it. I have a voice, I can talk about it. We had a thing in Washington, deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged human being. He has a huge record of failure because he goes so far out and people end up not being convicted. He goes too far. He's a man, he's just a terrible human being, but he's a deranged person who wants to hurt people, and we're hurting him. I'll tell you, we're hurting him. He stinks. That's not the kind of people. You know, being a prosecutor is a very important thing. Being a fair and good prosecutor is a very important thing. But some of these animals, I mean, they are bad. But what they've done is, it's all coming out of crooked Joe Biden, because look, he can't campaign, he can't speak, he can't walk, he looks like hell. And I will say this, before my indictments, I talked much differently about him. They know, front row Joes know, right? A big change in course. I used to, you know, I had respect for the office of the president. And if you listen to MSDNC and CNN, they're all getting no ratings now, which is great. But if you listen to them, and if you go back a year, they were all saying, well, no, you can never indict Trump on this. They indicted me. You could never indict him on January 6th. They indicted me. You could never indict him on the document hoax. I come under the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do all of that. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. New York Times did a story. Please, 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 Mr. President, please, could we have our boxes? And if the president says no, he doesn't have to give them. But think of this. Joe Biden was totally exonerated last week. He's got 10 times the documents, and they're classified. And he's not under the presidential, and they exonerated him. Of course, they said he was grossly incompetent, but we don't have to get into that. But that'll come up, you watch. But we'll be in very good shape. So, a man who totally violated every law in the book on classified documents, who had many of the documents stored in Chinatown. And by the way, did you see those boxes? Those boxes were seriously used. They were used. Those boxes, they had a lot of stuff taken out. They weren't just boxes, Matt. Those boxes had stuff coming in and out. Where's Hunter? Where is he? Where's Hunter? No, they had stuff coming in and out, and they were stored in Chinatown. They also had him under his beautiful Corvette. The Corvette was dumping grease all over him. They were in the garage. You know, it's one of those doors that costs very little money that you can take a scissor and cut. Whereas mine were at the Great Mar-a-Lago. I had Secret Service all over the place. I had a locked door. You know, they asked me, could I put another lock? We showed them. I said, here's where they're stored. Take a look. They looked. They said, could you put an extra? We had a good lock there. We had Secret Service. They said, could you put an extra lock in? And I said, sure, put an extra lock. They wrote me a letter. Thank you very much. Put an extra lock. And then they raided Mar-a-Lago after that. These are bad people. These are bad people. And you're not allowed to do that according to the Fourth Amendment. You can't do that. All of this is only happening because I'm running for president and we're leading in the polls. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having any of this. We wouldn't be having any of this. In the latest morning console poll, we're at 81% in the Republican primary. Although we shouldn't be talking. I haven't heard about this woman for the last 5 days since we beat her actually in her home state so badly. In a record, we beat her in a record. Are you from there? Yes. Since we beat her there, and then in Michigan, in the largest vote primary vote in history. We beat her by 42 points. And I haven't heard about her, so I won't even use. People say, don't even talk about her, don't talk to her. But I have to. When I have I have to talk, front row Joes, because she's bad news. I know her very well. She's very average. In the new Emerson Hill poll of the general election, we're crushing Joe Biden in every swing state, including a big lead here in the great state of North Carolina. We're killing it. And in Harvard-Harris, we're leading Crooked Joe in a 6-point, that's considered a landslide. And you know, when I'm leading by 6 points, it's really much more. I hate to say why. People don't want to get involved. Who are you voting for? None of your business. Anybody that says none of your business is voting for Trump, I hate to say. I shouldn't say that. But when they say it's none of your business, that means they're voting for Trump. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you. I am. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I stand before you today not only as your past and hopefully future president, but as a proud political dissident and as a public enemy of a rogue regime. This is a rogue and dangerous machine. This is a anti-democratic machine. These people are thugs and they're bullies. And what they've done to people, you heard the hostages singing. That was hostages. They're the J6 hostages, I call them, because they are hostages. They're policemen, they're firemen, they're accountants. They're lawyers in some cases. They're put in jail for extended periods of time, for very long periods of time. They're hostages. You heard them singing. You heard the spirit that they had? The spirit is unbelievable. That song became the #1 song. And you can check me on, you know, they always check my facts. Oh, look at all that fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there. Wow. Uh-oh. The red lights are starting to go off. Anytime I start talking, they take the red light off. You know, it's hard when CNN, of course, nobody's watching CNN or MSNBC, but it's hard when I'm getting ready to talk about CNN, the light always, they're very good at it now. They get it off just in time as I'm about to say that their ratings challenged. They get it off, but there's not too many people watching anymore. You know, the truth is they've lost such credibility that they don't have the same power that they used to have. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you, and I won't. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in the way. Oh, it's so pleasant. You know, I had a nice life before this, right? Right? Front row Joes? I had the nicest life. Great company. I did a great job, built this beautiful company, some of the best places in the world. Lots of good things. Everybody, I hope, is on Truth, because Truth is hot. Truth Social. It's hot. I call that the real voice of America. It's called the real voice of America. It is. Truth is doing great. I hope you go on it. You ask the press, every one of them are on it. I said to them, who's not on Truth? Nobody raised their hand. They hate to do it that way, though. They hate. But they're all on Truth, so I hope you are. We are delighted to be joined today by an incredible gentleman who I saw about 4 years ago. And he went to a town hall meeting. He was not a politician, which I think is his advantage. But he was a great natural speaker, a man who is a very outstanding person. You know, he drove a truck. I think it was a forklift. And he went over taxes. It was a forklift. I love forklifts. They're power those suckers. They can lift it. What the hell? I watch all these guys, Mark, working out. They're working out. They can never top a forklift, right? I'd rather drive a forklift than lift this way. but he drove it and he drove it well. But I guess he was complaining about taxes in his town, and he got up and he made a speech. And they didn't care too much about what he said. They just said, this is the greatest speaker we've ever heard. Would you like to run for lieutenant governor or something? And he ran. Look at him, he's laughing. He ran. And he's been an unbelievable lieutenant governor, Mark Robinson. I heard him, and by the way, his wife is much, much more lovely than he is, I can tell you that, and she's my friend. Thank you, darling, for being here. But, you know, I heard him coming in on the plane. I was listening, and I said to the people on the plane, watch this. This is Martin Luther King on steroids, okay? Now, I told that to Mark. I said, I think you're better than Martin Luther King. I think you are Martin Luther King ×2. And he looked at me, and I wasn't sure, was he angry because that's a terrible thing to say, or was he complimented? I have never figured it out, but I'm telling you, he's one of, right? When I said that to you, you looked like, I don't know if I like that comment. You should like it, because you are outstanding, and you're going to be the next governor, so that's going to be very cool. Now, you know the fake news will go today, and they'll take that little statement that I make, that little cute statement, and they'll say, he said that this gentleman is better than Martin Luther King. This is a terrible thing. Is he a racist? It'll end up being, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Because the people get it. Mark, the people get it. Thank you, Mark. And that was a great speech you made, too, and I appreciate it very much. Another man who's done unbelievably, and he's really respected in Washington. People didn't know him too well in the state, and then I endorsed him, and they got to know him very well, but he was in a little corner of your state, and he was a congressman, and he was a great congressman. People loved him. Matt Gaetz wanted him. Jim Jordan wanted him. A lot of great people wanted him. A lot of great people, and I didn't know as much about him as I should have, and I met him and I liked him. And he's been an unbelievable senator. We endorsed him and he won pretty easily too. And just like they liked him in the era where they knew, it's always nice when they love you in a congressional district. Typically it's not good when they don't like you and then you're taking somebody for a higher office, but they loved him, and now the entire state loves him. U.S. Senator Ted Budd. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Ted. Great. Doing a great job. Thank you very much, Ted. And then you have Dan Bishop, and I watched his speech. And I said, boy, that's good. And I endorsed him a number of years ago for Congress, and now I guess he's running for Attorney General. And I said, whenever you're ready. And he is fantastic. He's fantastic. From day one, he's been fantastic. And I loved your speech. You're going to clean up the streets. You're going to clean up. Can we bring him to New York? I wish he were our Attorney General. We have a real bad one in New York. We have one that's highly progressive, and she's killing business and killing everything. They're all fleeing. So I think we're going to maybe move you. Stay here for about a year. We're going to move you into New York. But Dan Bishop is great, and I'm sure that he's going to win that. And he has my total support, my total endorsement, everything else. Thank you, Dan. And a woman who's been a long-time professional and respected by everybody and loved by everybody, Virginia Fox. Virginia, thank you. Loved by everybody. And Lauren, you're going to do fantastically in your district. Lauren Boebert, thank you. Lauren's from afar, but she's here, and she's with a friend of hers and a friend of mine, a man, by the way, I introduced him the other day in South Carolina, and he got a big hand. I said, what's that all about? He happens to be from Florida, but he was there. He's been so loyal. He's been such a great friend. He follows me, not because he likes it, but because he wants to make sure we get elected, and he's been incredible. But I introduced a lot of people, and some people did well. Some people didn't get such a good hand. This guy got a tremendous hand because he really is a great patriot. Matt Gaetz and his wife Ginger. Matt Gaetz. True. Only true. Only true, Matt. The Speaker of your North Carolina House, Tim Moore, did a good job today. Thank you, Tim. That was a good job you did today. I watched you. And the next congressman from the 6th District, I met him because he's a friend of my son's, and he had a tragic event with his brother. I shouldn't even say it, but he did. With fentanyl, it got him. His brother passed away recently. And I liked the kid right away, and my son was devastated. My son knew him for a long time, and he's a good hunter and all of that, and my son likes hunting. And I like hunting too, but a different kind of hunting. We like hunting for votes. We want to hunt for votes because we got to win this election. But Addison McDowell is great. Stand up, Addison, please. Good luck. Good luck. Your brother's watching you. He's watching you, and he's proud of you. He said, wow, that guy has gone places. So I think you're going to be very successful, and good luck. And your brother is indeed watching you right now. You're North Carolina GOP chair. So I had a choice of a lot of people. And I said, this is the guy because he stopped the steal. He stopped the steal. He stopped, I say, protect the vote. They make ballots, they drop ballots, they do so many things to cheat. Because who can get elected with high taxes, open borders, take away your rifles, take away your guns, no protection for yourself, no entertainment, with bad education policies, everything is woke? They can't. The only way they get elected is to cheat, and they cheat like hell, and they're genius at it. But this man stopped it in North Carolina, and he happens to be your chair, but now he's going to be the GOP chair. He's going on to big things, Michael Whatley. Big things. And I said, Michael, I don't need any votes. We got all the votes we need. Just make sure that they don't drop boxes of ballots all over the place. Make sure. He's going to make sure. I have great confidence in him. We don't need any votes. We got plenty of votes. And also, fantastic guy, Sheriff Sam Page. Where is the sheriff? He's a popular guy. Well, you're a popular guy. Look at that. Whoa. Thank you. And I met a lot of sheriffs backstage. We've got almost 100% of law enforcement, as you know, endorse me. And Sheriff, thank you very much. But we have sheriffs for Trump. We don't want to mess around with these guys. They're great. Thank you. Sheriffs for Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sam. Stand up, please. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great people. They're great people. Our law enforcement is great. And as I told you, when we do deportation, they know the real bad ones. They know all the local. They know them by their first name, their second name, and their middle name, wouldn't you say? They know the good ones and the bad ones, and they're going to be working with the federal government on getting them the hell out of here because no country can sustain the abuse that we've been given by this horrible, horrible, worst president in history. On Tuesday, get out and vote for Mark Robinson for governor, Dan Bishop for attorney general, and Virginia Fox, Tim Moore, and Addison McDowell for Congress. They have my complete and total endorsement. Get out there and vote. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to do it fast. We're going to do it fast. One of the opponents, long gone, one of our Republican opponents said, well, I can serve for 8 years, and it's going to take 8 years. I said, let him get that expression out a little bit longer, and then I'll hit him with it. I said, listen, if it takes 8 years, you don't want to vote for that person because this should take a year. We're going to get everything done in 3 months, 6 months, and a year. And we're going to start drilling. We're going to start drill, baby, drill. Day one. You know, he kept our drilling policies because gas was going so high in gasoline that he went back and let our drilling. You know, he should do the same thing on the border, by the way. But he kept our drilling policies and started taking it away. The prices shot up. He said, we better go back to Trump's drilling. But you have no idea. We're going to drill. We're going to get prices down so low. Because it all started with their stupid energy policy. The cost of energy went up so high, the cost of oil and gas. In our first term, we appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. I kept my promise to the workers of North Carolina, and we ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and we replaced it with a brand new USMCA, Mexico and Canada, the best trade deal ever made. A giant win for farmers and manufacturers, a tremendous win for North Carolina, as you people tell me all the time. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten even 10 cents from China. And our farmers were a big beneficiary, of which you have a lot of farmers here. But in Iowa, I won by a record number because our farmers realized what we did for them. We got them $50 billion from China. Nobody ever thought it was possible. For our great veterans, we passed VA accountability and VA choice. That was a big deal. On accountability, as you know, you had 9,000 people in the Veterans Administration that were sadists and thieves and bad guys, bullies, and you couldn't fire them because of civil service. I had it passed through Congress. We fired 9,000. We're replacing them with great people with heart that love our veterans. And then choice. It would take 6 months to get to see a doctor. You couldn't see them. They have great doctors there. Believe me, they have great doctors, but you couldn't get to see them. Anybody that can't see a doctor within 24 hours immediately goes outside, gets a local doctor. We pay the bill. We negotiate, but we pay the bill, and we save many lives. We got a 92% approval rating on the VA. That's the highest it's ever been by 45 points. That's the good news. The bad news, I hear that Biden is dismantling it. He's dismantling choice, and dismantling choice would be a very bad. And he's putting some of the bad people back, okay? I heard that also. We fully rebuilt the U.S. military and created Space Force, and I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. Instead, I brought our troops back home. As you know, we knocked out ISIS. We took ISIS. We knocked them out. We got them out. We got them out. And take your time, fellas. Take your time. We have a great person up here. You just take your time. Got plenty of time. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. These people do such a great job. Thank you. You doing okay? He looks good. He looks good to me, I'll tell you. His hands up. Thank you, man. Thank you. Don't forget, they wait for 4 days outside, and then they get in here and they say, gee, Trump's really no good. This is not worth it. And they don't feel so good. But he's great. Thank you, fellas. You take your time. You're more important right now than all of us. He's got a Trump. He's pointing to his hat. You better believe it. Yep. America. You know, these people, the doctors, the medics, first responders, they're incredible people. They're incredible people. They do such a job. You all saw the guy yesterday on the crane coming in and saved the truck. Did you see that? The truck went over the bridge, and they dropped the boom and the crane, and they saved the driver of the truck who was hanging perilously over the bridge. It was a tough thing. Unbelievable, right? It was an unbelievable job they do. Unbelievable. Because everybody in this room is so important. You know that, right? There's a lot of people in here, by the way. That's a big crowd. You couldn't get... They have 2,000 people outside. We have 2,000 people outside. There's a lot of people. They couldn't get them in. That's great. Thank you. Take good care of them. That's great. That's great. Thank you. You're not going to miss much. Don't worry about it. Thank you, man. You take care of yourself, all right? It's great. Give him a hand, everybody. Incredible. They wait a long time. That's great. And that's really nice. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and we will restore peace through strength. I will immediately end Joe Biden's war on American energy, and we will quickly end his inflation nightmare. What he's done to prices doesn't matter. By the way, you know, the stock market's gone up. There are big professionals, some of the people I know, the biggest, smartest guys on Wall Street. You know why it's going up? Because they think I'm going to win the election. And if we don't win the election, you're going to see what happens. You'll end up in 1929. To lift up North Carolina workers, I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status, and we will impose stiff penalties on China and other abusers. We have trade abusers. Thank you. That's incredible. Did you see that medic was unbelievable? The way he was working, boom, boom, right? That's unbelievable. That's an incredible job. Wow. Unbelievable. That's what we have in this country. It's like incredible. That's a bad one right there. But I think he's going to be all right. But boy, that was, you see him working? He was working. He knew what he was doing. He was doing a job to get him going, get that heart going. He wanted to get that heart going. Wow. And his children walked out with him. Can you imagine that? So what a great job. Thank you very much, everybody. Ooh, that was a bad one. I will pass. Doesn't sound as important now, right? But it is. Everything's important. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. In other words, if you screw us, we will then screw you. It's very easy. It's very simple. It's a very simple plan. Very simple plan. China charges us 100% and 200%, and others do. India's a very big abuser. Brazil, they charge us, we don't charge them. We were charging them a lot. We took in billions of dollars. We took hundreds of billions from China. We never took in anything. And as the tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families will come down dramatically because we will be taking in a lot of money. You know, we have this tremendous deficit. We're not going to have much of a deficit. We'll do the Reciprocal Trade Act. That's going to get rid of a big chunk of our deficit, and you won't have to pay a damn thing. You won't have to pay a thing. Don't let the fake news tell you that it costs you. Nope. It doesn't cost you. We will restore law and order in our country. And I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. There is no law. This week, Joe Biden once again declared his intention to strip our police officers of their qualified immunity by passing a radical anti-police bill through Congress. By contrast, I am going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong action on crime. We are going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. Our cities are going in a direction that nobody ever thought possible. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors. They're all run by Democrats, but we're going to work with them, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We'll take over our horribly run capital, the capital of our nation, Washington, D.C., and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our capital city so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to get rid of the slums. We're going to clean out the slums. We're going to get rid of tent cities all over the beautiful parks. And we're going to make it so if somebody from North Carolina goes to Washington to see the great monuments, they're going to go and they're not going to be killed or beat up or accosted. It's a horrible place right now, what they've done. And as we clean up our capital, we'll clean up and clean out our deep state. We started with Comey. We got Comey out. We got a lot of people out. But that is a deep swamp. We got Comey out, didn't we, huh? We got him and a lot of others out. But it is deeper than anybody thought possible, right, Matt, isn't it? On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. And we will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. I will keep men out of women's sports. And we will fully uphold our great and very important but under siege Second Amendment. And I did it for 4 years. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. And all Republican governors should go to that right now. But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide. We have to win. We have to win so that it's too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. So if you want to save America, you have to go vote, and you have to vote. I hate to say it. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. Vote Republican. Well, I won't tell you. Vote Republican. Remember, the primary is this Tuesday, so go out and vote. We have to send a signal. We have to send a signal. November 5th is the big day. That's when we're going to have this guy walking out. He's destroyed our country. He's destroyed our country, our reputation. He's destroyed everything he touches, and he is indeed. You know, they like to say, Trump is a threat to democracy. Trump. He doesn't even know what it means. His incompetence is a threat to democracy. He's a threat to democracy. He's letting fascists run our country. He's letting communists run our country. Get everyone you know to the polls so we can trounce Haley. I haven't heard about her in about a week. Has anybody know? She was going around every show, Donald Trump, this and that. That wasn't working too well. No, we don't care about that. You have to get out the vote because we have to send big numbers up for November 5th. We have to let them know that we're a freight train and we're going and we're not stopping. We're going to focus all of our time and all of our energy. We will fire crooked Joe Biden. That's what we have to do. Crooked as hell. Crooked. How about what's going on in Congress now? Isn't that something? No, I didn't do this. I didn't do that. Joe didn't know about it. He didn't know about it. He didn't know about anything. I didn't know it. I didn't really know about it. Remember when Hunter, remember we used to go, where's Hunter? At least now we know where he is. Where's Hunter? But the famous phone call, right? My father's sitting right here. I want that stuff sent right away. Together, we're taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals are, and they are hateful, we are fighting against some of the most vicious people in the world, and they're not outside, they're inside. You know what? If you have a smart president, outside's not a problem. We can handle China, we can handle Russia, we can handle all of them. They don't want to mess around with us. Now they do because they're toying with us. But you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. From Asheville to Raleigh, from Wilmington to Winston-Salem, from Greenville to Greensboro, this state was forged by some of the toughest men and some of the strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. Our American ancestors were backcountry farmers and frontier settlers, woodsmen, craftsmen, workers and warriors who poured their love into this land for their families. They climbed the mountains, fought the battles, conquered the dangers, such danger, tamed the unknown wilderness, built the factories, and gave everything they had to make America into the greatest nation in the history of the world. But now, we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant, as we were just a few short years ago. We're a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production. So sad. While at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska or elsewhere on our beautiful land. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will only lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful army tanks, the best in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Who are these fools? Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the United States. Just as the price of oil reached an all-time high, what other country would do such a foolish and self-destructive thing? Can we be energy independent? Can we be energy dominant again? Oh yes, and quickly, says President Trump. Oh yes, and quickly. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world behind, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases anywhere in the world and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was sitting in the Oval Office. It would not have happened. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas and Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror that they were funding. They had no money. They were broke. But those sanctions were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration. And now Iran is a rich country with $221 billion in cash and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion for electricity to Iraq. All compliments of an incompetent and corrupt Biden administration. And China with Taiwan is next. We're a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. And nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, they become hostages unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. We're a third world nation now that has weaponized its law enforcement against opposing political parties like never, ever before. We've got a federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say that it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the wars previous, because of the weaponry that no one wants to even think or talk about. It is weaponry like no one has ever seen before. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that he was not supposed to win. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never, ever before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon, and China to use the trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we're a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even to God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. If they don't win, you'll have a situation like 1929, you will have a Great Depression. I believe that with all my heart. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of over 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? My child, what can I do?" We are a nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, and they have no idea when they will, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they are doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports, but if you're an illegal alien, you are allowed to flow through our southern border by the millions and millions. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government that is so poorly run. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. And we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever, ever, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. You weren't forgotten for 4 beautiful years. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, North Carolina. Go out and vote. God bless you all. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Trump delivering some great talking points, especially in times of right now as we wrap up our coverage here in Greensboro, North Carolina. You can see the president saying goodbye to just a few people as he makes his way now off to Richmond, Virginia. Well, we got Vanessa Broussard and Matthew Alvarez on tap for that. All right, I'll bring in Scout DeFalco, and we'll kind of get some closing thoughts on what your takeaway is. This speech was a little different, I think, than normal. One week we had a medical somebody that needed medical attention, so I took a little bit of out of the momentum out of the speech for a little bit. But I love the way the president handled that moment and really paid respect to the elderly people that just needed some attention.
Yeah, when you ever see an issue with that at one of his rallies, he is always so on that, Brian, and like you said, respectful of that. Give it its time, and he always appreciates the EMTs on site because they do a great job. Yeah, so great job by the local EMT people that, a lot of people stand up all day, so obviously they just needed to sit down and get some attention. My biggest takeaway from this is there's only one party right now that can turn this country around. There's only one message, and there's really only one president that can do that. And whether it's the border, the economy, we didn't hear much about Ukraine and the war in Ukraine. It was more about domestically from the president, but the path to prosperity is crystal clear. Yeah, President Trump. Vote President Trump, right. It's pretty clear, Brian. The thing I took away was, and I can't get it out of my head, was Laken Riley. I just can't get that out of my head, and how he talked about migrant crime. That is a theme that I think is going to get bigger as time goes on, unfortunately. Right. Unfortunately, and it will be something that the election this year will be heavily the border, securing our border, getting law and order in our cities, and he often talks about that law and order. Anyway, but we're glad to have wrapped it up here. I do want to thank some of our sponsors for tonight, the Wellness Company. Like we said, you never know what's around the corner, illness, things like that. A wellness company has the emergency kit that's for you. The information for that is on your screen. That might be something you want to keep in your home, your office. If you travel a lot, it might be really good addition to making sure that you're nice, healthy, and safe. Also, the Birch Gold Company. Obviously, the economy is a big topic. People want to preserve their wealth and what they've accumulated over the years. Our friends at the Birch Gold Company want to make it really easy to do that. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Plus, freetrumpbook.com. All the accomplishments of President Trump all wrapped up in one book. That's it, Brian. It's all you need. It's right there. Nice and compact because there's so many of them. There is so many of them. Simply go. The information for that is on your screen as well. freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. And hey, there's nothing funny about owing back taxes. Our friends over at Tax Network USA have the solutions for you. Go check it out. The information for that is on your screen as well. If you haven't paid your taxes in a year, 2 years, if it's $10,000 or $100,000, it doesn't matter. Our friends over at Tax Network USA can do just that. Plus, don't forget to sign up for our newsletter. You can do that. Go to RSBNetwork.com. That's RSBNetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. You can subscribe. It's absolutely free. And while you're there, go check out and you can donate to our network as well. RSBNetwork.com/donate. Yep. I'm on that. I'm on that, Brian.
Yeah,
I got to get the newsletter.
Yeah, you go. All right. So, as a programming note, President Trump is now off to Virginia, where we've got Vanessa Broussard and Matthew Alvarez there to bring home the coverage for that. Also, I'm off to West Palm Beach tonight, or tomorrow morning rather, to bring you exclusive. This is great. We have a great night for you for Monday night for Mar-a-Lago. We'll bring you more details as that comes up. Plus, we're live at Mar-a-Lago Tuesday night for Super Tuesday, which is going to be fantastic. But, Scott, I'm going to predict that Trump will probably win every state. Just to throw it out there. 2 words, clean sweep. Clean sweep. All right, for Scout DeFalco, Brian Glenn saying so long, everybody, from beautiful North Carolina. We'll see you here next time. Stay tuned for our coverage in Virginia as Vanessa and Matthew kick it off from there. We'll see you. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this, they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The MyPillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, MyPillow 2.0. When I invented MyPillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. MyPillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. MyPillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of MyPillow.
Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.